Good morning, everyone. Smart manufacturing is no longer just a catchphrase. It is the need of the hour. Disruptive technologies are turning manufacturing on its head, contributing to excellence in manufacturing like never before. Just as manufacturers have embraced traditional automation, it is now time to move to completely integrated, and intelligent systems. Smart factories are leading the way, altering the manner in which the entire value chain operates. Also, they are helping OEMs stay competitive and quickly adapt to any changes in consumer demand. In keeping with these changes, we are putting together a definitive platform where manufacturing professionals will discuss and deliberate on the way forward. With keynote addresses and panel discussions by industry experts, the fifth annual Smart Manufacturing Summit aims to bring together innovators, influencers, and the early adopters of breakthrough technology and trends. I would now like to welcome Mr. Vibhor Srivastava, Country Head, ITP Media, India. Over to you, Vibhor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome. Hope you all are doing well and keeping safe. We are delighted to welcome you on the 5th annual Smart Manufacturing Summit. This is a summit where we really worked hard for many years, and the team has worked tirelessly for many, many months to put together this incredible forum, which I'm sure will be very exciting. But lots of people I see in the audience here, and many of them who don't know, I think it's be prudent if I could walk you in terms of who we are. So I have put together a very small presentation. Trust me, I wouldn't bore you with me. So I'll just quickly give you a kind of familiarization process where we come from. So Rohan, can we have the slide, please? We are very proud at ITP. I mean, the numbers talk about in terms of very significant who we are. We are the largest foreign publishing firm based out of the Middle East. And these numbers tell you what we do. And there are tons of things that we do here all over the globe. And more importantly, we do amazing 7 titles here in the country, which is the leaders in their space: Hospitality, Hotelier India, Architect Interiors India, Real Estate and Infrastructure by Construction Week, Healthcare, which is really pertinent at these times, and also we do Commercial Design and Digital Studio. So this is what we do. And can I have the next slide? So this is the kind of numbers which will give you an expanse in terms of our reach and why our clients are literally, putting that confidence in us to, work for their campaigns. So these are some of the most incredible titles, global titles that we do. They are the names that people can reckon with. And I'm sure a lot of it are very exciting. And in question and in the subject is manufacturing today. Thank you for your support in making this magazine the #1 in the industry. So I just thought, we would just put together, in these 1.5 years of lockdown, we put together many, many initiatives with some of our premium brands, just to give you a kind of a look and feel in terms of the various communities that we address. So I think that gave you a fair idea in terms of who we are. And as you're aware, manufacturing firms are showing a great deal of resilience despite all the challenges that the pandemic has thrown at us. I'm amazed to see the level of dedication they're showing to continuously search for new and innovative solutions that will help them build world-class factories and propel growth. The summit is designed to help such companies achieve their digital transformation and Industry 4.0 goal by bringing manufacturers and technology providers on the same platform. Over the course of the day, you will get an opportunity to hear top leaders and industry segments from various domains discussing global technology, trends, and sharing key business learnings and strategies that can be applied in the Indian context. The event is brought to you by Manufacturing Today magazine as India's leading publication for the manufacturing industry. We have all been bringing all the latest information and development all across India and the world by focusing on people, process and technology for SME and large manufacturing firms. Without keeping you waiting any further, I once again welcome all the speakers as we get ready for an insightful and engaging session. Before moving ahead, I would also like to thank all our partners, presenting partners, Dell Technologies, Intel, Microsoft, engineering design partner, Autodesk, energy management partner, Schneider Electric, HVAC partner, Blue Star. Moving on, I would like to move on for our first session of the day and call upon Mr. Rishav Bhushan, Director and General Manager, OEM Solution Dell Technologies, for the welcome note and special address. As the leader of the OEM solution business for Dell Technologies in India, Rishav leads a team of specialized professionals who help customers design, validate, and certify industry-leading engineered solutions customized for their success in the market. Please welcome Mr. Rishav Bhushan. And before that, I would request you to all post your questions on the Q&A tab, as we have a special Q&A session after this, and we will try and answer your questions during the session. Over to you, Rishav.
A very warm welcome to all the delegates. It is an absolute pleasure to be here to discuss on this topic around smart manufacturing and share with you what is Dell Technologies' vision on smart factories and how do we see that panning out in this country in next 3 to 4 years time. Now, if you follow technology and if you have been reading analyst reports, you would notice that year 2025 is a very critical one. There are a lot of mentions about the time frame, next 3 to 4 years time frame, where it is predicted that a lot of data, in fact 80% of the data, will be generated at the edge. And that's where you see this entire technology shift around edge and a lot of conversations around edge. Another interesting data point around the year 2025 is that it is projected that manufacturing in India will generate $1 trillion in revenue. Now that's huge, and especially if you see a lot of that is now hedged around a lot of technology advancement, a lot of work that all of us need to do to make our industries and our factories a smart one. The process of automation, process of smart manufacturing or smart industry is not new. Smart factories have been in discussion. There are a lot of transformations that have been happening at the factory units, on the shop floors, and all of you have been part of that transformation. But what has really accelerated this entire process is the scalability of technology and some of the emerging technologies that are really fueling this entire process. What I'll do in next few minutes is share, how do we see this entire landscape and what to us really means, or what to us converts into a smart manufacturing unit. For us, it is not about a single factory line that needs to be transformed. It is about the entire connected ecosystem that we that we work with our customers to see that how we are transforming this entire ecosystem. This ecosystem includes the smart building, the building that is smart enough through sensors, through AI to optimize the energy users within the facility. The smart building means that it is smart enough through data analytics and video analytics and computer vision and technologies like this to ensure that the safety and security of the employees are ensured. There are a lot of new cases that we see: temperature monitoring, queue management, so on and so forth. All of that is getting integrated into the entire facility, and it makes it as a smart building. The next one, which is at the core of this entire transformation, is factory floor itself. We all know that the robots on the production line increases the agility and productivity and efficiency of the entire manufacturing process. This is where edge plays a very important role. This is where a lot of data has been generated. Sensors are integrated into each and every asset, in this part of the value chain, and that is where a lot of data is being generated. That helps you to drive predictive maintenance, to reduce your operational downtime, ensure that the factory is running at complete efficiency that you want it to. And obviously the quality monitoring, through video analytics, through sensors again, and AI playing a very important role there, ensures that in the entire production chain, you identify if there is a problem at a very early stage, and you take those corrective actions. The next one, which is the entire transportation and logistics, your supply chain. How do you optimize your entire supply chain? How do you, ensure that we are, driving a sustainable business for the environment, reducing emissions, the efficiency around supply chain. You're not getting material too early or too late. You're not shipping out your products too late. All of that through analytics, through AI again, is very important, and it really optimizes your entire process. The next one is around the utilization of energy primarily, and the asset monitoring and the predictive field services that you might want to drive. This is another very key aspect, especially in some of the sectors, and you will resonate with what I'm saying here. The last One is about the power and utilities that we see. This entire transformation around the smart grid, smart metering, not only for the nation, but even eventually for within your facilities and within your factories. It's a very important aspect. It helps us to optimize energy usage and also ensure that we are optimizing cost in that aspect. And clean energy generation is something that we are all very conscious of. It is part of our social responsibilities, and I'm sure within your organization you will be driving it as a very, very important aspect for all of us. So, this entire ecosystem is what, from Dell Technologies' perspective, we see as a complete ecosystem that needs to be digitalized, transformed, and being smart, right? They need to talk to each other, they need to learn from each other, and they need to leverage the data that's being generated to optimize the entire process here. I'm sure all of you will resonate. If not, we can have those conversations, but this is something that cuts across with most of our manufacturing customers that we are talking to in country. Now, if you look at the entire transformation journey, these are some of the benchmarks that each and every organization and each and every manufacturing unit, looks to cross in their timeline. Starting from a smart sensors, moving up to the smart ecosystem. Smart ecosystem is the ideal state. Smart sensor is the very basic where you start analyzing data through the sensors that are integrated across assets in the manufacturing process. Moving to smart machines, the smart factory, connected factory. But the end state and the ideal state is when the entire ecosystem, including the supply chain, including the facilities, including the sustainability and environment factors, the energy usage, and then at the core, the entire manufacturing process and the shop floor itself is very, very important for all of us. Now, if you look at what does it really mean, what is the ROI, what are the benefits, and I don't need to repeat a lot of these, but operational efficiency is driving this entire transformation, right? The entire automation that you are bringing into the process, using analytics, using emerging technologies, using edge, and analyzing the data at the edge, and using that data for your business decisions. At the same point of time, look at the other technologies like multi-cloud, where you are taking a long-term, data generated during the long term to put it there and do some process improvement analysis and stuff like that. All of that is very important. Similarly, uptime, as I mentioned earlier, predictive maintenance is a very important aspect of this entire smart manufacturing process. Using, again, the emerging technologies like video analytics, sensor, and then AI doing a lot of analytics around that, you can predict what's going to break, and you can take those preventive measures way in advance, and hence ensure that your uptime is maintained. Energy cost reduction, we discussed about that. You can predict the patterns, you can predict the usage, you can predict how this entire process is working, and where are the opportunities for all of us to optimize our energy cost. Quality maintenance, again, right during the entire process, these technologies help you to identify if there is a breakage, if there is something that's going wrong, and you address that at the very early stage and take corrective measures. And safety and security is the key. Looking at the conditions, hazardous conditions in the factory, something that might go wrong. Again, these technologies help you to drive efficiencies around these as well. Now, as I mentioned, the technology needs to evolve to support industrial transformation, or as we call it, the smart industry or smart manufacturing. Some of the emerging technologies that we really see playing an important role, needless to say, AI, video analytics, or computer vision, if you want to call it. Robots and cobots have been there. The vehicles, autonomous vehicles and drones that are now deployed. In fact, we have a very interesting use case in some of the factories where a lot of these hazardous work are now done through autonomous vehicles, and which really transforms into, one, the safety and security of your employees and your workforce, and second, obviously, it optimizes cost as well. At the same point of time, if you look at the core of this, it is all about the data that is being generated, and with sensors getting integrated across, the volume of data is huge. To drive efficiency in the process, a lot of this data needs to be analyzed at the edge. There is very less latency that's required, and hence you need to have technology which is taking or helping you take those decisions at the edge. And that's where this entire technology transformation and some of the work that we are doing, which I'll share, next couple of slides, is very important. All of this will have a huge, adoption as you see the 5G getting rolled out in next year or two. You all know that the 5G testings have started in this country, but that's really going to transform the way we work, transform the way some of these workloads are being deployed in your units. And it will be a very interesting time. But what does it mean for technology providers like us? We need to innovate. We need to be with you. We need to ensure that we are helping you with the technology that helps you drive this transformation and build your smart ecosystem, smart manufacturing ecosystem for your organizations. The form factors are important, especially on the edge, and that's where we are bringing in a lot of transformation, bringing a lot of technology which are designed for the edge. We all know that it is not a data center which is air conditioned and cooled, and these are rugged conditions, hazardous condition, and that's where the technology needs to sustain that. And that's where we are bringing in a lot of ruggedization within our products. There are a set of edge-ready products, as we call it, and that's something that we are really, really proud of. You will see that getting rolled out in next couple of weeks. In fact, this is the time that we are going to roll it out in India, and we'll talk about that at the right forum. Maybe in a few weeks' time. But the entire virtualization and hyper-converged infrastructure, your multi-cloud strategy, your hybrid cloud, strategy around how you want to manage your data, how you want to analyze your data, that is all very important. And obviously, Dell Technologies is known for open standards. So, we all understand that you have legacy systems, and that's where we really, work with you and your team to have the incremental transformation into the process without ripping off what you already have. And that's something that we really value, and we work with your teams very, very closely on that. This entire transformation means that we are changing our business and operating models. I represent OEM technologies, OEM solutions within Dell Technologies. And we work with the broader ecosystem to bring about some of these technologies, pre-validated, certified, to be deployed in your facilities. And if you have any of these use cases that we spoke about, something that you want to deploy, give us a call. We will come and we will have that conversation with you. We can customize it for your requirement. It's not about siloed products. It's about connected platform and ecosystem that we bring together. So you don't really need to worry about the IPs that need to be deployed there. We have that entire ecosystem ready. And needless to say, the integration of the emerging technologies, some of the work that we are doing, the experience that we have globally is something that we would love to share with you, and how we leverage these expertise for in your organizations as well. Now, I spoke about edge, and edge is important. And this is where it says that by 2025, most of the data is going to be generated at edge. And that's where a lot of work is happening. It's a very exciting place to be. And that's where you see our technology being adopted to be enabled for an intelligent edge deployment for customers across segments, across verticals, and especially in manufacturing. I'll not really harp upon it, but what's required, we understand, and we are trying to evolve our products to suit that environment, suit that the factory floors where you need to deploy it, or the micro data centers towards the edge where you need to compute a lot of or analyze a lot of data. The products are being designed specifically for that. To end this conversation, I think we understand what it is all about at the edge. And if you look at some of the use cases, be it the temperature variance that is required, or the humidity corrosion, or the shock, all of these situations that you face, and that's something that is a bottleneck for you to deploy technology where you want to. We are really progressing on this front and making products that will help us create a portfolio that you can leverage. I would leave you with this final slide, which will tell you that at Industrial Edge, how are we modifying and customizing our product portfolio to suit that, be it rugged edge clients, or the edge servers, which are short depth, high temperature variant, port availability in front or back, depending on what you need. And then the further customization that you might require, all of those capabilities are brought in. And on top of that, obviously, the entire solution and entire applications that are pre-certified and validated, that we work with our ecosystem, our OEM partners and customers to deploy those at your facilities. The enterprise edge, you all know the portfolio there, be it server, storage, the clients. Dell Technologies is a market leader here in India and across the world, and we really don't need to talk about that. But I would really like to leave you with the thought that as you transform your factories, as you transform your processes, you need technologies that are scalable, that are edge ready, and that are ready to deploy emerging technologies. And we at Dell Technologies are doing that. I would like to end my presentation here. I hope this added some value and you learned something here. And if it really makes sense, then feel free to connect with us and we can have this conversation and customize technology for your organizations. Have a good day and some rest of the presentations. Hope you enjoy the day. Thank you very much.
So like we said, we have Mr. Gopalan Govindrajan from Dell Technologies to take up questions from our delegates. So the first question is, what technologies can Dell implement in the cement and auto sector?
Cement and auto sector, actually, if you see, both are, these are two different industries together. Cement could qualify as a manufacturing as well as part of the process industry. It could come under industrial automation segment. And you said auto sector, right? Auto would, I prefer, would fall under manufacturing. Like for industrial automation, we have a whole gamut of solutions. We are partnered with very large industrial automation giants across the world. For example, ABBs of the world and Siemens of the world, Honeywells of the world. We are in partnership with them. And we offer solutions. It could be either a compute-based, it could be a storage-based, and we offer both of these things at the edge level, cloud level, data center level. So this is a very broad question. So if you could be very specific about in this segment and in this industry, how can Dell help you? I would be able to articulate it better. But yes, cement and automobile, we do have a very strong presence and we do have a very strong solution. Yeah.
So moving on to a second question, that is how industrial edge will cater to smarter and safer city.
The edge actually is the in thing now. Compute at the edge and development at the edge is the in thing now, especially when it comes to smart city and safe city. Assuming we have about, let us take any smart city, Mumbai smart city, for example. That's a huge area, right? Now, when you have so many sensors deployed all across, when I say sensors, it could be a video camera, for example, that records devices, incidents, and then sends it to the data center where a lot of analytics. The whole idea of IoT is about deriving value of insights basis the data you collect. Now, every time some incident happens, you do not want to wait until the data is analyzed at the data center or at the cloud level, and then you get an answer. The answer lies at the edge analytics. That is where Dell brings in the value. We have got very strong edge analytic devices that could give you insights at the edge level and offer you solutions at the edge level. We have rugged edge devices that you could mount on top of the poles. These are standard devices that can be environmental aware, which means you could mount them on harsh sunlight. It could have a light drizzle. It is immune to all of those things. So yes, we do have a strong solution.
What is the future for smart factory in India through the eyes of Dell Technology?
Smart factories are the way things are happening, right? In 21st century, things are becoming, we started now, I think if everybody knows, we are at IE 4.0, Industrial Edge 4.0. And when you talk of smart factory, I'm not sure if the questioner is talking about involving robotics and cobotics at the shop floor level. I have not seen many factories in India using cobotics and robotics, except the large ones like Mitsubishi and Hyundai and all of those things. But making the factories smarter is already on in many places. For example, you could deploy IoT at the shop floor level. Thus, you could prevent unfair downtimes which are not predicted. Now, machines have become smarter. You have asset management systems that will prevent your assets from being either overused or misused. and you have shop floor analytics that will guide you on the appropriate usage of your equipment. Okay, so smart factories are the way things are going forward. In terms of how Dell can partner with industries and make it more smarter is we have those devices that can be deployed at the shop floor level. You need not have conditioned environment for all Dell technology devices to run on shop floor level, because the shop floor may not be entirely conditioned. Okay, so if the shop floor level has temperatures around 45, 50 degrees, there are Dell devices that can run at these places. And once these sensors collect data and pass them on to the data center, and then the data center decides what appropriate action needs to be done, you could do that at the edge level also. So we are geared up to meet up with the challenges of smart factories. In fact, in many places, in a few places in India and many places outside of India, we have full-fledged smart factory solutions being deployed and run currently.
That's fabulous. Looking forward to such innovative factories in India too. So we have another question related to AI, which is how AI will transform smart manufacturing.
Smart manufacturing is all about collecting data and utilizing them effectively. How effectively you utilize the data determines how smart your factory is, in the becoming. Now, how does smart factories become smart is when you do this artificial intelligence and you bring in the data lake architecture, where you have a lot of unstructured data coming in, you have structured data coming in, and when you have this AI mechanism that dives into the data and gives you intelligent insights. For example, let us take a motorcycle manufacturing, for example. So you have a huge shop floor and you have sensor data coming in from the machines as well as the technology that are driving these machines. For example, if you're running a motor and the belt is, there is a slackness in the belt, you do not immediately recognize that there is a loosening of the belt. But if you have sensors embedded there, that sensors will find out as per the revolutions and the slackness and tightness of the belt and give you an alert immediately. So if this happens over a period of time, take a gear, for example. If the gear is supposed to last for about 3 years and one of the teeth is broken, it may still function, but then the efficiency comes down by 2-3%. If you have an AI driven mechanism, it finds out the vibration, the noise, and the quality of number of revolutions that the broken gear takes place vis-a-vis a fully functional gear. These are some of the insights that normally a software application can be aware of, but AI-driven software application will give you a more accurate data. And we are talking about predictive analysis and preventive technology. This is how a smart factory will become smarter.
So we have one last question from another delegate. How OEM solutions innovate manufacturing sector to be more safer and smarter?
So first of all, the division that I come from is our OEM division. We are a global 5.5-6 billion division of a larger Dell entity. Now we have our customers who have their own IP. It could be an application that you have your own proprietary IP. And we partner with them and then take our solution along with Dell's hardware infrastructure and talk to our end customers. Now, when you talk about how does Dell infrastructure and my software application partner combined together give a very strong value proposition is, now if you have a manufacturing shop, it could be a very simple 50-member unit, or it could be a very large multinational corporation. Irrespective, we have the wherewithal to address your requirements. It could be a small manufacturing setup, or could be a large one also. Now, the key is the ISV partnership that we engage with. For example, we have a partnership with, for example, ABB or a Honeywell or a Siemens. Now, combined with these, our solutions are very robust, and it is deployed in I should say, about 45 to 55% market share in industrial segments. So in strong alliance or partnership with our ISV, we have an ecosystem whereby we bring in the best of the breed solutions to target our.
Thank you so much, Mr. Govindarajan, for being here with us and responding to all the queries coming in from our delegates. Thank you.
My pleasure.
And to discuss more on this, I would like to call upon Mr. Jagdish Ramaswamy, President and Chief Digital Officer, Hindalco Industries. Over to you, Mr. Ramaswamy.
Good morning to everyone. This is Jagdish Ramaswamy. It's a great pleasure to be addressing as a keynote for this smart manufacturing session. And I wish all of you a very good day today. I'm sure you're going to benefit a lot from the panel discussions that have been lined up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just set the expectations in terms of what's happening around Industry 4.0. What are the challenges? What's around us that's really getting heated up? And what are, as a companies, as corporates, what challenges are we facing today as we try to scale up Industry 4.0? And through the day, when you have the three panels lined up, I think you will have a good interaction with a lot of the ideas, and experts will come and share with you. So let me just set the tone in terms of how the world around us is changing. Where we were maybe in the 1980s or late 80s or 90s, and what is our today's world, and how the things have changed in just a fraction of around 25 years. What we are really changing is that today, I think mobile phone has become a part and parcel of your self. I would say it's a part of your self. And there's no age bar today. Even a 2-year-old child is basically playing around with the mobile. And I'm so surprised intuitively how they are able to navigate. So that's the world that is changed around us. Okay. And you see a lot of millennials. First choice today is mobile as a platform for us. The second one is how the things, when we talk about logistics, I know today you have a session around logistics and asset management, how the life has changed, days where you have to instruct with the paper, how things have to be stacked, where things have to be stacked, how you have to take it out. And today, I think we are living in a world where everything is automated, manless warehouses handling huge shipments without absolutely nobody being present in the warehouse. It can locate, the robot can locate, store, retrieve, pack, and send it across. And all of you know that Amazon kind of people are also using drones for delivery. We are not talking about that. But I think today there is so much of automation that has happened in the industry around what we have experienced ourselves. And I will talk about my own organization where we used to have meetings. This was our days prior to March 2020. And today, I think we are on Teams, or some of you are on Zoom or Google Meet. But the life has changed for all of us significantly in the last 1 year. I think work from home has changed the way we work and the way we adopt the digital. So with that, what's in the agenda of the CEOs today? If you look at, I think I'm just bringing you two examples of what kind of conversations are happening in the boardroom, right? And you'll appreciate that the language that we are using today as senior managers, senior leaders, and the CEOs is revolving around what we call as data-driven, smart, connected, insights. I'm giving an example of a company that is in agriculture, how this language is becoming very, very common, predictive maintenance. Then if you look at other company, which is again, I'm not naming, advanced digital framework to connect people, easily connect and exchange information. What's really coming out is, I think, the buzzwords today, which is very, very important for, and it's becoming part of your life, is your digital, data, smart, connected, insights. I think this is what you're going to gain through in the afternoon today. But these are becoming something of a common language across organizations, all of this. So it's right, the Industry 4.0, smart manufacturing, whatever you call it, I think the right at the center today in the boardrooms is digital. What are you going to do with data? How are you going to make smart products? Are you a connected enterprise? And when I say connected enterprise, are you connected across your value chain with you, yourself, your supplier, your customer, and extending into the customer's customer and extending it to supplier. So I think the entire connected value chain today is becoming very seamless. And our ability to gain insights out of data that is flowing across the value chain is what to me is the benefit of what we call as Industry 4.0 or smart manufacturing, right? So let's look at, all of you know it, but I just want to make sure we understand. One, I think we are moving away from a world where digitization or automation of process was what we were focusing on, now to using these digital technologies. And what are the digital technologies which is driving this change? I will come to in a few minutes. But I think what's changing around us is that how do you adopt these digital technologies, whether it's a mobile phone, the mobility, or the smart agent, AI, ML, all of these that we use, how is it changing the way you conduct your current business? And the third one is your ability to find new business models using this digital technology. So we are driving, and the world is driving digital in three ways. One is paperless office. Second is using digital technologies to improve your efficiencies, whether it is efficiencies as seen by the customer, whether it's efficiency as seen by employee, whether it's collaboration among employees and customers, whether it is efficiency in your factories, whether it's efficiencies in operations. How are we leveraging these digital technologies, which is being offered under Industry 4.0, to behave and work like a connected enterprise where the humans and machines and your processes are talking to each other almost on a real-time basis? And then if you can leverage this to bring in new business models, and let me take two examples of today what we're talking about, business models. What we had earlier was e-commerce, today now is becoming a headless commerce. That means, can you make and communicate with your customer from multiple channels, whether it's a WhatsApp, whether it's a Facebook, whether it is a messaging system? You are not expecting customers to come onto a platform of your choice and communicate with you, but you are basically going and communicating with the customer in the channel that he chooses as his choice. So the world is changing where your employees and your customers are becoming driving the way you have to adopt your business to solve their problems, right? So these three are very important, that is driving the wave of change that we are seeing around us. And what has made this possible? While we talk about Industry 4.0, I think this technologies existed in the world. This is not new. This existed for many years, and there were some companies that were using this. But what has really changed the adoption is that from a world of mainframes, now we have moved to a world of mobile phones. Today, your mobile phones pack as much computing power, as much storage. And if you combine your mobile phone with the cloud, I think it is infinite computing and infinite storage. That's what is offered. And both of them being offered to you at an affordable price. And so I think this is where the technology is now becoming what we call as a mass, at an en masse, being adoptable. So it's important for us to now understand how the world around us has evolved from a predominantly an IT architecture where you had everything on premise. You had a very closed architecture where your plants and your people got in a closed environment connected. Today, I think we are moving to open world, open standards, where I think you connect to anybody across the globe, whether it's supplier, customer, or anyone, using the cloud, using the open networking architecture, and the data flows across the board. And then how do you process something at the edge for which you want to make quick decisions? How do you send what to cloud? So the cloud mobility and the edge computing has significantly given us the capability to adopt and use these new technologies to really leapfrog towards Industry 4.0 of a connected world, real-time decision-making, and a lot of decision-making being routine decision-making being handed over to algorithms through data. So that's what has changed around us. If you look at what has changed is the availability of these resources and the technology to connect all of these resources and giving you the power to transform your business. So some of the, if you look at when we say Industry 4.0, I think the landscape is huge. And depending on which vertical you belong to, whether it's belong to banking and finance, retail, manufacturing like us, which is core of heavy asset industry manufacturing, are you intermediary, are you end product manufacturer? Depending on that, I think the value drivers today under Industry 4.0, there are multiple value drivers. And we all have to choose our value drivers depending on our own business value, our own business value stream. So if you have to look at what has changed, let's look at consumer value drivers today. What has changed for consumer is specifically the personal marketing, the ability to interact with your suppliers on omni-channel, the ability to customize the experience that you get out of the interaction with your suppliers. I think you have a huge leverage, and depending on the industry you are in, you could probably choose what is relevant to you. If you are a hardcore manufacturing industry, asset-heavy industry, the ability of Industry 4.0 to really give you one, how do you optimize and make your best use of our resources, whether it is logistics. For example, Hindalco is a logistics-heavy industry where we do have big assets for which the factory's uptime becomes very critical. And number two, how do you make sure that once the goods leave the factory, it reaches customers safely and you have a complete visibility? And how are you going to make the best use of transportation to save cost? So that becomes your value derived from analytics. So logistics, plant optimization, uptime improvement, quality improvement, and then energy consumption. So for industries like ours where consumption of energy becomes big, how do you use analytics to really consume, optimize the energy? So use cases, the point I'm trying to make is there is an infinite amount of things that you can do in terms of Industry 4.0 architecture. However, for you to get the best benefit, you have to really map what's important for your business and map that with the technology and see how you make the technology work for your business, not the other way. Now, when you look at IT and digital, I think it's important for all the IT people and digital people to understand the domain and what your business is asking. Gone are the days when you will give them an ERP and then say, okay, this is what ERP is. Now live with the limitations of what technology is giving. Now, technology is not the limiting factor. Now, the limiting factor is your understanding, your ability to understand the business and stitch together the right solution can be the limit now. It's no more the technology. Technology now today offers you scale, offers you cost benefit, offers you the flexibility, offers you agility because of cloud, because of mobility, because of integrations, because of AI/ML availability today. Technology is not available. Now it's your limitation of not being able to stitch it together to the needs of your business. And businesses today are looking at what are the things they are looking at because of digital. One, my ability to connect with my employees and my customers on a real-time basis. My ability to collect and connect with my factories on a real-time basis. My ability to derive real-time information on what's happening and my ability to take decisions almost on a real-time basis. And then my ability to take long-term actions to improve my performance. Now, under this umbrella, you can decide what's important for your business and then align your Industry 4.0 initiatives to your value chain. So that's very important. So where you can use Industry 4.0 and the related technologies, infinite, but you have to choose what's relevant to you, because at some point, somebody is going to ask you what is the value of all that we are doing. So I'll just come to that in a minute. So if you look at what's available to you, whether it is streaming video, streaming image, you can do wonders today with computer graphics and computer imaging. Okay, video, master data. There is no limit to what you can achieve with the Industry 4.0 environment or ecosystem. So we are now looking at Industry 4.0 has basically connected the whole world, and it is now made as an enterprise, has now moved from just being a closed door to an ecosystem. So we are all today a part of a larger ecosystem, and you derive value from that ecosystem to make your business better. because that's what the technology is offering you today, Industry 4.0. So explosive growth of data that you will see happening, especially in the consumer-facing industry, B2C, there is a huge explosion of data that we collect from consumers. But it also comes with a few of the critical risks, which I'll talk about a few slides later, and how we use data maturity. And it's all about, end of the day, I think Industry 4.0 usage is about connecting yourself, getting the data, and how you want to transform the data into a wisdom. So we have data, it becomes information. In the second phase, where you had tacit knowledge plus some ERP and other reports. And then third is you went into BIs, where you produced umpteen number of reports thrown at people, but they didn't know what to do with it. Today, we are moving to a world where people are saying, use the data intelligently to get insights into your business and take actions to improve your business performance. So this is the data maturity life cycle that has been what has the witnessing in Industry 4.0. And what making this possible is because, like I told you, I think it's now getting data, connecting data, getting it to real time, storing it in the cloud, processing it through analytics tools, processing it through AI, artificial intelligence, and everything has seamlessly come together so beautifully that it's now up to you to leverage it. Okay. Today, when you talk about digital world, it's about machine learning, AI, and infinite data that is available to you. But you have to be smart to choose what data to take. How do you map it to the value stream? How do you connect the right technology? How do you connect the insights that you really need to improve your business performance? And that's where we all have to put our heads together and stitch together a roadmap which fits your business context, which fits your customer context, which fits your employee context. And that's where the new role of the IT and the digital and the business is to stitch together this ecosystem of what benefits you. Okay, of course, I think this is a question that all of us will have, and there's no real answer to it, right? How much should I invest? This is a question of many of us, I'm sure you are facing today. But over time, it has been proven that people who are early adopters, they have definitely derived value out of using the big data. Now, what is big data for you? Again, will be contextualized. For a manufacturing industry, which is predominantly B2B, a big data set is different than the industry which is predominantly B2C, where you are directly dealing with consumers. Between the two extremes, you will have to define what is big data for you, or the data set that you have to mine. And if you mine it intelligently using these technologies and marry it to the correct use case, benefits are there definitely to be derived. However, will it be very easy? Do you get the benefits in 6 months, 1 year, 2 years? It depends. I've seen cases where the benefits have taken larger time. Maybe you start realizing the benefits after 18 months or maybe 2 years. However, deploying the use case and the technology, you should do it fast. Because when we are talking about data, your ability to derive benefit is directly proportional to the quality of data that you have in your organization. So quality of data means, one, do you have the right data? Do you believe that the data integrity is good? And do you believe that you have sufficient data for you to really learn your business through data? All of these three will become very important from a perspective of how fast can you start deriving benefits. There is no magical, magic wand which says, okay, bring in all the technology, put it together, and then start working, you will get benefit. No. It will depend on your ability to ask your people to adopt. It will depend on your ability to choosing the right use cases. It will also depend on the current maturity of where you are in your own business. If you're one of the best run operations, you may probably not see big wins immediately. If you are a very average company which has been not using operational excellence techniques and discipline is not great, you may start seeing very good benefits from day one. So it depends also on where you are on the operational maturity. for you to derive benefits from data, the time. So don't look for, early wins and immediate gains. You are not going to get it. However, if you stay on it and believe that it's going to give you benefits, we have started to see benefits. Definitely in 18 to 24 months, you get to realize the proportion that you're going to get, investment versus gains, will significantly exponentially grow maybe after 2 years. It may, in some cases, you may even take 3 to 5 years, but it's a leap of faith you have to have and stick on to it and believe that it will give you the benefit. Okay, and I'm just giving you examples of companies which have transformed digitally themselves and what kind of a CAGR they are seeing. This is, of course, a little dated chart, but we are trying to do it ourselves, saying, how do you relate this digital transformation to the way the market values your company, right? And there is some of these companies you may look at, Honeywell or a Best Buy. This is a published data, by the way, on how you can relate digital transformation to the market capitalization. But don't go there yet, because I think this is eventually you will get there. But the fundamental blocks have to be put in place for you to reach. This should not be your objective or a goal. The objective or the goal should be, how do I use technology to improve my business, choosing the right value stream mapping, and putting the right technologies for your business. So these are some numbers, and this is 2-3 points I want to highlight here. One, I think this is something that is going to happen, whether you are in it or not, that you decide. But the world will go and invest. Secondly, there are companies which have done it well, and they have seen huge gains in efficiency. On an average, 10 to 12% efficiency gains are there for you to take if you adopt and deploy it well. Third, these are indicators, right? Now, most of us, especially in the Indian context, we are all very, very pretty much used to doing a lot of things in Excel. Now, when you have to routine decisions making, when you have to get out of Excel and hand it over to an algorithm and automate, what we see today is one of the recent surveys is that people are now saying Excel really is not something they would like to use in the long run. From a 54% people who said we believe in Excel, now it has come to 27%. That means there is a faith in algorithm, there is a faith in automation, and also more than 4 times the people have now said that data analytics will be a key to making decisions. Now, this is coming from the boardroom and from the CEOs, that industry leaders have now started to believe that you can derive huge value by using data analytics, the right data analytics for your business. So there is no question of now having any doubts whether it's going to work. It is going to work, and it has worked for us. We have not reached the peak yet, but believe me, once you choose the right use cases and go behind it, there are benefits to be there, and there's no doubt about it. So you invest, except that when you do ROI calculations, you still don't have a very good way of calculating the ROIs in investments, but we are all getting there. Collectively, we are all learning how to measure the ROI of digital investments. It is not a straightforward ROI the way we calculate for other investments, but we are learning and learn and look at what others are doing. The India story, if you look at, I think it is a big story, and I have not. If you look at growth markets for IoT or Industry 4.0, Asia and ASEAN countries is going to be the huge, big ones. The second is North America, US, those. Third will be the European nations. So the big investments, big markets are definitely here, because I think if you look at digital, especially in the Indian context, I think citizen digital services are far more evolved in the Indian context than an enterprise or a company digitalization. So today in India, if you look at, I think the consumers are more digital than our plants are. The consumers, and I'm saying consumers across the age group and consumers across the bracket of the earning capability, I think we are more digital on the consumer facing today in India than in our factories. Maybe it's the reverse. If you go to Europe or in US, maybe the digital is more predominant in the factories than in the consumer. So that's going to change, because I think the age of the population and the adaptability, we have, good thing is India has hugely adopted digital as a way of life. And that is now flowing into the shop floors, into our operations. Whereas in the other parts of the world, maybe the adoption of digital at the consumer end probably is slower than what, in terms of openness, we are far more open. Whether it's smartphones, whether it is payments through the payment gateways, whether it is doing e-commerce, I think we are far ahead in our thinking and even in our adoption. But overall, the story is that there is going to be a huge investments in IoT, and the industries who are involved in anything in IoT, we are seeing that there will be a huge growth. And 2.1 billion internet connected devices in 2023 by India, it's a huge by any chance. And how do you leverage that to best make use of it will dictate your success in this world. And while you're going to learn more about Industry 4.0, let me tell you the top 10 trends, and I have seen it in my own organization, right? Artificial intelligence, of course, will be big. And these are all public data available. So this is not my data. I picked up from the public internet. And it is true. I validated this with my own. If I have a sample of what we are doing, I think Internet of Things IoT will become big. The second one is using data, and we can call it artificial intelligence or machine learning. But I think using data and deriving insights will become a lot more, and augmented reality and virtual reality will become definitely much more prominent. And all of us must realize that this is one way of basically changing from a tacit knowledge-based economy or culture to how you're going to transform that knowledge through technology faster. It's about making people skilled faster. It's about making people depending on technology. You don't need to have too much knowledge in you now. While you are knowledgeable and competent, technology can help you to de-skill. Many of the skills can be de-skilled by using technology like AR, VR. You can manually completely go off from all manual through using the RPAs and the advanced robotics, right? So automation will be the future. And again, it's because of edge computing and cloud computing. Internet of Things, connecting your devices, connecting your home, that will be very, very important. Third is, how are you going to create a digital clone of your processes, what we call as a digital twin. That will also, we see a lot of traction around that. But let me just, put all of this into the risk that we are today seeing is the exposure of your enterprise or your home. Data privacy is going to be a huge issue that all of us have to guard against. Number 2, cybersecurity. Why I'm saying this? Because look at the way data is flowing today. Data is today not confined to the four wall of your home or in the enterprise. Those were the days earlier. Now, your data is in the public domain. Your data is everywhere. If you do not take care of that, it just, without you realizing it, you'll just realize that your data has proliferated across the boundaries, and there is no boundary of whom it can reach. So how you stitch together your security, especially in the data flow, because data is going to flow now across the enterprise, outside, all over the place. It's going to be in the cloud, it's going to be with your supplier, it's going to be with your customer, it's going to be with your customer's customer. So when you stitch together this IoT Industry 4.0, very important from architectural standpoint is data architecture, number 1, data flow architecture, data privacy, and security of your enterprise. And security has got multiple facets, but since we are talking about data, how are you going to secure data of your enterprise? Number 1. How are you going to make sure that you do not get into any legal tangle because you just didn't focus on how you're dealing with the data of your customers or employees? Data privacy is extremely important. There'll be a lot of challenge in managing both use of data, privacy, and security. Yes, you'll go through some kind of sometimes people will say it's becoming very bureaucratic. But sorry, if you have to guard the enterprise and if you have to take some steps to secure, maybe, yeah, life will be difficult to use data. And we all have to live with that fact that while data is available, you have to be very careful in how you are using it, whom you are exposing it, how does it travel, what information is available to somebody to take. So please spend a lot of time when you do about Industry 4.0, about security, about data privacy, extremely critical. These two are very, very important, cannot be, this goes hands in hand. If you don't take care of it, forget about digital transformation. You can't transform digitally without taking care of these two very important critical aspects. Okay, so these are the trends that's going to drive, and I'm seeing this across the industry. And one slide I just want to leave, this is our experience, okay? And it's important for all of you. One, if you really want to drive the digital transformation, absolutely clearly the leadership has to be very, very aligned and inquisitive. You cannot do digital transformation when people do not want to change. So business has to drive it. Number two, you don't have all the skills today anywhere in the world. Nobody has all the skills that is required to transform. So you must have plan to first to equip your own people, but choose the right partners for you, for your business. Third, involve the people across. Do not keep it to a few IT and digital folks. You are going to go nowhere. This is something that you have to proliferate. And everyone in the organization, catch them young, identify digital natives, and get them onboarded. And they will do a great job. And then I told you already, again, I'm saying that, choose the right project. Choose the right area where you want to play, where you see benefits. Because end of the day, I think all of us have to see really benefits out of this. And then focus a lot on your modernization of your IT and the IT architecture, whether it's choice of cloud, whether it is choice of historians and data for manufacturing, sensors. You may, if you really want to get big benefit out of smart manufacturing industry, I want to, your ability to collect all that relevant data. You may have to really look at what are the data. So these 5 are pillars of success for Industry 4.0 going forward. And so I want to just say it's not as rosy as what it looks. Okay, protect your company, very important. I have spoken to you, and if you give just a figure, if you take average cost for a company of a data breach around 2 million in 2020, it can have a huge impact on your brand reputation. Second, focus on creating digitally savvy workforce. People skills in digital is not available, but it's hard to develop, but you have to focus on it. Adoption. Again, how are you going to make people adopt? I can bring technology and stack, invest money and all platforms, everything is there. But how are you going to make people adopt? Third one is use this technology revolution to transfer your tacit knowledge that you acquired over years to transfer to the new generation. New generation is not going to be so loyal. They are not going to sign up their life for a particular company. But in the duration that they're going to be with you, how fast can you make them productive? Use these technologies to make them productive, and also use technologies to keep knowledge within the organization. And don't depend too much on people. This is something that you have to keep in mind. Modernizing the IT architecture, again, I emphasize, but again, I want to emphasize. Move to cloud and modernize. Look at how are you going to make data available to people easily. Don't make them dependent on IT people. And the last one is business alignment. Selection of the right use case, move fast and fail fast, and simplify your processes. If you want to really use Industry 4.0 and smart manufacturing, very important is simplify your process. Don't complicate it. Okay, so last slide, I want to just look at.
Excuse me, sir. If you could wrap up the session. In the
yes, I'm done. This is the last slide. Okay. Yeah. So the last slide I want to key is when you look at smart manufacturing Industry 4.0, layers. Okay, foundation layer, which is good network, good processes, identifying the critical source of data, stitching it together to make sense for people, automating routine decision making, and the last one, go for advanced analytics once you have all the foundation layers ready. Don't try to do digital transformation when your data is not ready. So this is what, and align it to the business goals. On the right side, I put very clearly, as you keep using this data, continuously align it to the business goals. Okay. So I wish you all the best for today. I'm sure you'll learn a lot from the panels. I hope my session was at least useful in triggering your thoughts in terms of how you approach smart manufacturing and digital. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I wish we had a personal face-to-face interaction, and I hope that days will come very soon. Stay safe and take care of yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy, for an insightful presentation. We have been receiving a few questions from our delegates. Since we are running out on time, I will ask you one question. This is an interesting one. In a country like India, if we implement Industry 4.0, what will happen to such a large population who can be unemployed?
So I will keep it very short. Okay, it's going to generate more employment. I can tell you straight away that this is Industry 4.0 is not going to make people unemployable. Except the challenge will be you may have to reskill them. They may not be able to do what they are doing today. But if they are willing to learn and adopt, the opportunities for employment is only going to go up. I do not see Industry 4.0 taking jobs away at all across any layers, any level. So that's my short answer. So don't worry about it. That's something that we know that it's not going to take the jobs away. It's only going to make your life more useful in terms of what you do. Your quality of work will go up.
Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Moving on, we have an engaging panel discussion on Industry 4.0, Digital Transformation Roadmap and Future Outlook. Some of our panelists for this panel discussion are Shirish Yadav, VP Manufacturing and Technology, ITC Foods; Atul Govil, Chief Transformation Officer and Head, SAP and IT, India Glycols Limited; Sunil Khurana, Executive Vice President Operations, JCB; Kaustubh Joshi, Director, Consumer Packaging Goods, Schneider Electric; Manish Gulati, Director, Corporate Sales, Dell Technologies. And this panel discussion will be moderated by Abhijeet Ranade, Partner, KPMG.
Some people use technology to connect. At Dell Technologies, we use it to make everyday lives a little easier. Imagine Sarah. She's blind. And for her, the simple act of getting a rideshare car can be a challenge.
Pickup at 10th and Manning.
But what if an AI app powered by Dell Technologies platforms could help her locate her ride with no trouble? Sarah would be able to order a car through the app and receive guidance to meet her driver through connected smart goggles.
Your ride is 2 blocks away.
Real-time audio cues could point out what's around her.
Now approaching City Circle.
And when the car pulls up, her goggles could ID the vehicle before she gets in.
Car identified on right.
While this task seems simple, the analytics that would be required to execute the real-time tracking and image processing are complex. None of it is possible without high-performance optimized edge computing technology. Our Dell EMC VxRail hyper-converged infrastructure delivers the superior performance required for demanding edge applications in one slim, rugged box, while VMware Tanzu on VxRail helps to run any application at the edge and manage it from a single dashboard. VMware Tanzu on VxRail enables modern applications to make real-time decisions at the edge that could one day make Sarah's life and countless others a little bit easier.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. We're past the.
We have a pharma division. So we are primarily a diversified group as far as our product range is concerned. And I drive technology and business transformation initiatives for the company and look forward for a great discussion for today.
Thanks, Atul.
Hi, I'm Manish Gulati. I represent Dell Technologies. Dell Technologies, I hope you would know, it's an umbrella organization which provides you infra as well as complete technology solutions today. Huge portfolios which has been built very carefully over a period of 35 years plus, in which with only one philosophy that the customer should benefit out of the whole product offerings that we have, and hence you see a lot of these investments being made into products and solutions and services which are more designed with customer in center and not more to do with I have something, please buy it. So yeah, that's what we do. We've been helping organizations to build up transformation projects now as the time demands. The times are changing from where we were earlier. So we've been working very closely on these kind of projects. Very happy to be a part of this panel discussion to learn more from some of the industry leaders.
So next.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sunil Khurana. I work for JCB India, and I hope you all know what JCB does. We are into largely three sectors. One is earth moving equipment. The second one is material handling. And the third one we have recently started exporting is aerial platforms, which are called scissors and booms. I joined JCB 26 years ago, and at that time it was 2 machines a day. Right now we are at 350 machines a day, all put together. We have 5 plants, and that is the reason I'm here. So to discuss with you, to elaborate on what all we have done to make us more leaner by using smart technologies. And in the next 5 years, we see the growth because of rural and infra focus by the government. We see that this is going to go twice, and we already at 1 in 2 machines in India in this segment we are doing. And with the tremendous growth, smart manufacturing is the only way we become efficient, lean, and more productive. So look forward to hear all of you. And I think compared to Dell and all, we are a bit behind, but we are trying to catch up. And manufacturing wise, I think we are there. And we'll catch up soon.
Thanks, Sunil. Shirish, over to you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I work for ITC Foods. I am currently heading the technology and manufacturing for the ITC Food, and I am responsible we are setting up a lot of new factories. So setting up the factories, then commercialization, operations, as well as all the areas with respect to environment, safety, and related with quality, as well as the digital transformation. I'm very glad to be with all of you to discuss around these journeys and various opportunities in digital transformation. Thank you.
Super, thanks. And Kaustubh, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abhijeet, and hello, an amazing subject, and so is the panel. My name is Kaustubh Joshi. I am the director for CPG segment. CPG is consumer packaged goods as a segment in Schneider Electric. Joined about 11 years back when we were doing a very little of minuscule business in foods and bev as a space. But over a period of time, with the topic of smart manufacturing and associated journeys along with the customers, we have come a long way. And it's a long journey that we have covered up, and we sit on the other side of the table, being the technology provided on this particular journey. So happy to be a part of this panel, Abhijeet, and ready to share ideas as well as learn a little more.
Thanks, Kaustubh. And just quickly about me, Abhijeet Ranade. People also call me Avi, AVI. And I've been in the consulting business for the last 26 years, and across North America, Europe, and now India. I focus on the front office and middle office transformation. So essentially helping my clients define their customer promise and then making sure their organization can deliver that customer promise. So that's the sort of role I play in largely consumer and industrial products. So that's my background. So let's start with the first question. Let's go back to the basics. Industry 4.0. We all know technology per se is here to stay. But Industry 4.0 in India how much of it is talk? How much of it is real? Is it a hype? Because in India, as we know, the things tend to start very, very heavy with hype. And then whether it's actually real is dependent upon the socio-economic situation the country is going through. So why don't we start with Sunil?
So thank you, Abhijeet, for giving me this opportunity. So let me go back a few years. As I said, a few years ago, let's say 25 years ago, we were one factory, one small factory, 2 machines a day. Now we are 5 factories and trying to grow to 7, 8, 9 factories in years to come. Now there are 2 things. One is pre-COVID and one is post-COVID. If you really see, the need was there even pre-COVID, because the way the customer is becoming demanding, the way the complexity in the product and the supply chain is growing, because we used to have only one model, one variant. Now we have 9 model, and I can't even count how many variants. So to manage that complexity, you need digitalization. Without that, you can't manage it, because if you run a line and you do 100 machines a day or 200 machines a day, and they're all different, we may not be at this point reach that stage, but at least in 100 a day, we have 5, 6, 7 variants. But in 5 years time, it could be 100 all variants, as in UK factories. If there are 100 machines online, they're all different, and you can't manage it manually. So it is definitely the need of the day. And I won't say that it is not happening. It is not a buzzword. It is certainly happening. We are working towards it. But are we there fully? No, we are not. So we did an evaluation with a few companies who are expert in this. We think we are at 30% kind of maturity, and we want to go to 80, 90% maturity in 5 years' time. So that was pre-COVID. Now, COVID, what has COVID taught us? So we already had all these issues of product mix, variants, uncertainty in demand, because the market is very cyclical in the last few years. You cannot predict what will happen. What has happened of late is the business continuity has become a problem. You never know what will work, what will not work. The demand will continue or not. The markets will close or open. And if the markets close or open, the suppliers also close or open. What will happen to the migrant labor? It does not impact us directly, but if you look at our tier 1, tier 2 suppliers, if there's no labor, how do you? So the environment has so much changed that unless you have some sort of digitalization, some sort of controls, remote working is also one thing. If I'm sitting in office, that's fine. But if I'm sitting at home, how do I know what's happening? And when I say I does not necessarily mean me, it means a shop floor supervisor. And this is not an IT company, it's a manufacturing company. And sometimes there is a mandate that only 50% people can come. How do you establish controls on the shop floor? So all these things have actually necessitated that we fast pace this. So absolutely in the game, Abhijeet, and we are working very hard, and we are doing things so that we reach there quickly.
Thank you very much. Let's sort of jump sectors completely now. And Shirish, how's it working for ITC?
Yeah, so like Sunil mentioned, we are in the foods business. Okay, ITC is in many other businesses, but I am currently responsible for food related aspects. So all of you remember what happened actually because of pandemic. In fact, we took a journey as far as the industry purpose. So question was about, is it real or unreal or something? I personally feel it is definitely not unreal. And there is already there were thoughts were about the doing it. What it happened, in fact, last 1.5 years, we are in midst of the COVID challenges. This has really hastened the process. The speed, the way things are like we used to like plan and things and all that. So there were a lot of like concerns. All of us are aware that when digital transformation needed to be done, a lot of first it starts with many resistances from the people. Okay, so and the shop floor people as well as the people in the offices. So largely those concerns come around the privacy. Okay, some management related concerns could be from this cybersecurity. Then other concerns was the privacies and other stuff. But shop floor largely it becomes because they think whether I will become like I will lose the job, or I will become obsolete with respect to others, because I may not be competent, because some of the operators may be there for 20, 30 years. They are not the kind of millennial workforce actually everywhere. Okay, some places it is, but not all the places. And those concerns are there. Then there is obviously there is IRR workings, CapExes, and other stuff. But because we are in foods, because foods again, biggest thing was like because of COVID, then there is a humongous learnings has happened, and the consumer becomes like a multifold aware these last 18 months. What the consumers may have learned last 18 years, I think they might have learned about the food safety, hygiene, and other stuff actually. And that has really pushed it actually. Other thing is what Sunil was rightly mentioning. It is like the government was putting a lot of restrictions, 50% workforce, 30% workforce. So if you don't have your automated line, just imagine you have fully manual lines. It is just not possible to do anything. But from food's perspective, because of no touch products and all that, and then the consumers needed that assurance that whatever products are coming out of a factory or a organization, it is a non-touch product. So and I'm very proud to say that we started this journey much before actually, and then during the COVID also we hastened this process, and then many of our products are non-touch, so we don't touch the products actually. It just comes, and then that process has further hastened. We are now going into, I think, major stuff is happening. If I could say, it is in AI and ML actually. That is what actually now in analytics. A lot of stuff is end of line automation and other stuff. So I personally feel this is a very, very real. Okay, yes, still in India perspective, there is a lot of challenges because our many lines, many people, many industries, still lines are old, people, challenges are there, what we discussed, but I think those could be eventually will overcome. But those stuff like challenges with respect to the old lines, how we can modify those lines. We can't just throw away those assets and all that. So that is another challenge I think people need to overcome. But that is a reality. I think everybody is thinking about, and then it is hastened. So again, just summarize it. It is a real. I think everybody is thinking very, very positively through that, and people see that yes, it is going to. And this pandemic. Like if you see last many years, either couple of years, some viruses are coming in actually. So we are not very sure this is the end of the thing or any another 4-5 years. This itself we don't know how long it will go. And then what will happen after 5-6 years? So those things actually is going to further hasten this process actually. So it is very real. I think all the industries are looking forward to that. Only I think Kaustubh and similar OEMs needs to think about how they can provide the solutions which are adopt to the existing infrastructure and meet the challenges with respect to budgets and IRR workings and other stuff.
Thanks, Shirish. And you touched upon some challenges. I've got a couple of questions on the challenges which we'll come up with later. Yeah. Let's move from food and cigarettes to alcohol. So, Atul, why don't you go next?
So we are not predominantly to alcohol. We have an alcohol division, but we are predominantly to chemicals, petrochemicals products. On this one, I think I can give you a context that almost 7 to 8 years back, or maybe around a little more, we had similar questions around the cloud adoption. Okay, whether cloud is real or is just a hype, or whether it is here to stay or it will just go away. So, but then now we see pronounced usage of cloud, not just for infrastructure as a service, but also platforms and software as a service also. I think these technologies, Industry 4.0 link technologies, be it AI, ML, and IoT, industrial IoT, and 3D printing, I think these are getting mature by the day. Of course, as our fellow panelists mentioned, the COVID situation has accelerated the need of adoption of one or more of these technologies across sectors. And of these, I can vouch, and my view is that the technologies using IoT are more mature as compared to the AI and MLs of the world. But and what we now see is that no, considering the availability of these low cost but effective sensors, no, this could be for monitoring vibration, temperatures, pressures across units, equipment, and of course coupled with improved net connectivity and lowered cost of these IoT platforms, wherein you have both options for on-prem and also on cloud, considering the privacy, data privacy issues and data security issues. So all these options now being available abundantly. So beyond doubt, these current age technologies are no longer a hype. And I can tell you within our enterprise itself, we are using IoT extensively for one of our largest plant, wherein for across all utility sections and multiple sub plants which we have within that geographic plant, we are using the IoT platform for not just process monitoring but also for specific energy consumptions, inventory visibility, batch cycle time optimization, yield optimization. So we are using it. So it's not that, and we are not doing it from yesterday. We're using it for almost 2 years now. And in fact, within during this COVID situation, wherein we were required, there was a complete lockdown period, wherein for a week, 10 days, there was no clarity that what will open, what will not open. And we had to get into a sudden lockdown situation. We used these technologies for remote monitoring of the plant, which had to be shut down. But for chemical plants and such hazardous plants, so we need to monitor even when the plant is stopped, because there can be a situation which can create a hazard, which can result in loss of lives also maybe. So it's very important that there is a continual monitoring. So we leverage that. And just to give a view that as a low hanging fruit, I'm finding we interact with other fellow CIOs and tech heads. We find that both in discrete and process manufacturing, there are plans to deploy these IoT setups, of course, with due priority. First, to lower the operational cost so that we achieve that due profitability, and also then to get into a decision support system, okay, wherein you can optimize on team members who need to look at their data, because as this massive set of data sets get created through the IoT platform to eliminate the entire value stream, you need people. You would either need people to look at that data to create those insights, or else you can use these algorithms using AI ML so that you are able to predict events and also get insights at a more granular level with minimal human intervention. So that's my thought.
No, thanks, Atul. Now let's move to the OEMs or people who actually enable these technologies. So, Manish, what's your view? How are you seeing the adoption happening from your end?
I think it's gaining pace, Abhijeet, frankly speaking. And I'm been hearing, I heard Atul, Sunil highlighting two challenges, Shirish as well. I think it's a very interesting time to be. Today, we are at an inflection point, I feel. While it has been adopted by few business houses, it's gaining momentum across. Industry 4.0, it's been a long use term in manufacturing, is now a lot more mainstream. And that's largely due to the availability of IoT infrastructure, the desire to gain new business insights from data, and plus the biggest driver today that is being all of us are waiting for, at least in India, which is already available, is 5G. That's going to change phenomenally the way things work today versus what we've been doing all this while. And it's going to be really, really a huge change. AI today is already delivering new insights for the physical world, right? But while the IoT is providing us deeper insights into the process, AI looks at the aggregate, delivering a larger holistic 360 degrees view. Together, you get the total picture. Both these things put together, I think, are going to be redefining, if I may say, manufacturing. While we're using the term smart manufacturing, it's going to there is no doubt it is going to bring a lot of value, And I was referring to an article a few days back, incidentally, and there was a clear demarcation for digital manufacturers versus non-digital manufacturers. And you could see their growth journeys, not only pre-COVID, but during COVID times. It becomes phenomenally different. Somebody who's already adopted non-digital manufacturing schemes, their impact on the business has been far less as compared to somebody who's absolutely non-digital. And that it'll take a huge time for people to bridge up that gap, to be at the same pace of people who are already advanced in this space. So it is definitely gaining popularity, and it will further enhance the way we do our business and the processes we are defining. Because I strongly feel the gap between the virtual and real world is actually narrowed down to quite an extent, and with evolving technologies, it will further be so. And if you look at 4.0 in just as a context, it is largely about latest technologies like IoT, AI, cloud, edge, for that matter, all of these to be used to enhance productivity. It's already influencing sectors, manufacturing, of course, yes, supply chain management, if you're talking about it, construction, shipping, you name it, you have use case studies today. If you allow me, if I can, in one of our manufacturing setups that we use in Chennai, a very, very small problem, how it could be turned into a huge opportunity. While we are manufacturing systems in our factory, there's one process where a person was manually involved all the time to just hold it and keep it. He had to stay for a longer time, half bent, holding the stuff and keeping it down. And for that, the factory staff was facing a huge issue because people could not sustain it for a very long time. And every 30 minutes, you need a new guy doing the same thing. One simple process automation just solved the problem, which means it became far more efficient. Not only that, we could also take care of the health issues that we were facing with our employees. So that's the power of a small robotic process. Just imagine if we are using it at scale across the manufacturing process. What wonders is it going to bring to us? Because customers are getting more demanding, a lot more demanding. I'm sure Sunil will agree, Shirish will agree, Atul and Kaustubh too. Customer is changing its needs. They need lot many things, lot faster, and if it can be done in such a fashion that everybody is remotely managed. SaaS is a brilliant example of that, right? Everything remotely managed. It's everything. Everybody wants 24/7 operations with minimum hassle, and that's where smart manufacturing is. I strongly feel it is just a matter of not years, I would say now. While most organizations are adopting it, COVID has definitely accelerated the pace. Actually exposed the loopholes, what we had. The need was always there. This accelerated the pace. So it is definitely getting adopted in a big way.
Kaustubh, why don't you round off the answers to this particular question as people have now warmed up to the rest?
This is so interesting to hear, Abhijeet, honestly, and I'm sure it will be a learning for each one of us here talking about smart manufacturing. And I like the way Manish has put the perspective in a nutshell, that what smart manufacturing, what digitization is, and how the overall manufacturing process works in a nutshell. I'll put it a little different perspective, because from the other side of the table, as the technology provider to the manufacturing segment, we started this journey about a few years back. I mean, maybe the digital disruption has taken a pace during the pandemic as overall, and I'm sure the degree of digital disruption is measured in that way. However, if you look at the overall journey of Schneider Electric that way, we started this journey while looking at having organic as well as inorganic growth in terms of looking the overall software portfolio in the basket. The main strategic intent for such a solution or such a problem statement that we identified from the house of Schneider is the fit for purpose. What is the application is going to be. The second topic, which is largely on the tactical utilization of all these aspects, and it's getting more deeper and making more real sense to our customer, is not what it is, but what it does to the customers. How it is going to help them to keep up, keep easy in the nights when the manufacturing processes are working. And I'm sure Shirish is super aware about all this. When we work with all these food customers, we don't identify the problem statement basis the POQ, but we only look at what is the larger problem statement in terms of the business priority. The third aspect to this is when we all say about smart manufacturing, what manufacturing is all about. I personally believe, and as a part of the Schneider's main motto, is also we are trying to look at smart manufacturing from automating the decision making. Yeah, it's also about looking at how do we automate your thought process. If a manufacturing process, the lesser intervention of people, that doesn't mean getting rid of the people, but lesser intervention of people, and then how do we apply the technology to help a better ease on the overall manufacturing. I mean, we have come across certain examples where customers are working on ZBB, which is a new concept, which is called as a zero-based budgeting, that looking at only sweating their own existing assets and working on certain manufacturing aspects, which will only ease out the efficiency, and not looking at capex as in capex. Yeah. So in a nutshell, to round up the overall conversation that I look at from all the participant and panelists here is smart manufacturing is here to stay. I mean, it has taken a space or taken a pace as well along with it in India. After a long period of time, maybe we see the western part of the world, and then we look at our Indian manufacturing context. Maybe we are a little late entrant into that in a safer ground, quote unquote, on this particular comment, but it is going to stay. And the second part which we see is the space, as I think Manish has also again mentioned, the reality of having virtual and the realistic is shortening the path. And with the help of the technology, it will be more application driven rather than looking at only the space for itself, by the name tags or something. So yeah, it's a very realistic world for all of us. I mean, we are doing this platform. Maybe this is third or fourth time I'm meeting Shirish on a virtual platform, and I think these are some of the very classical examples we are setting it up here.
Thanks, Kaustubh. Now getting into a bit more detail and maybe a couple of minutes each, if you could sort of explain or give your personal experience on how does one plan for an initiative like this on the shop floor around smart manufacturing? What does it mean as regards the implications on the workforce? In many cases, the manufacturing locations have been set up by the governments in order to provide for employment in the semi-urban and rural areas, given the way in which the industrial development corporations have been set up. So what does it mean for that? So maybe 2-3 minutes from each of you of your experience, and also please be candid enough to share. I'm just going to add in the next question given the time. So maybe 3 or 4 minutes for each of you to share what did not work, because that is also as important. Rather than just sort of saying that, yeah, it's all there. Yes, it's all there. It's here to stay. But there are some ground realities that one has to be aware of. So why don't we start with Kaustubh and Manish first, and then move to the industry.
Thank you, Abhijeet. And I think it's very important. The point which you just mentioned is, more than what it went well, what it did not work out. We all started the journey of digital disruption a few years back. What was missed out was to only look at certain perspective. And if I connect that with the overall investment pattern, and I think Sunil mentioned, or I think Shirish also added to that, is about how the government investments are also looking at. It's becoming more theme-based investment. There is a very clear-cut demarcation of which are those manufacturing facilities which are adopting larger way of digital disruption. What is the digital tech which is being used, and lesser dependency on the human intervention. So that's one aspect of the overall thing. The second thing which we always believe is there's always a clear indication or a separation between what is good to have and what is must to have. What has taught us in last 1.5 years is we need to go after what is must to have, which is going to help us to grow more, because we can't only stop looking at what do we need to do and bring up our factories to becoming one of the classical wow factor delivering factories, but also what is must to have to take it on the bigger journey and bigger perspective. The third thing, and in a very quick way, I personally feel that the implementation has started very fast for each one of us, and I'm sure all of us here in all our independent manufacturing facilities, there'll be 1 or 2 manufacturing facilities which are kind of scoring above the others. So there's also a benchmark setting which has happened, and all the other manufacturing facilities are trying to follow the benchmark, and there's always a comparison between factory to factory. So we're not looking at the external world for benchmark these days. We're also looking at what is internally we can adopt first. So we always say that अपना दूसरे की सहायता करने से पहले अपना मास्क ठीक से पहनिए. So I think this is where the concept, and I personally feel that this is where it has actually started. And I'm sure with a blush on every panelist face, I think they'll agree to me on this particular fact, Abhijeet.
Couldn't agree more, Kaustubh. I think you very nicely articulated the whole stuff. I just would, taking a clue from what you said, what did not work. I think my personal belief is what did not work was we always, when we talked about transformation, digital transformation, I think Shirish in his early note very clearly pointed out it was more to do with people, readiness, intent, and enablement. I think that has been a key driver for large organizations, whether they've been successful in their transformation journeys or they've not been. Post 2019, now having lived almost out, all of us having lived 15 months out of working from home kind of environment, I think we have covered a long distance, and people, employees, co-workers across businesses, I would say, are far more receptive because they could very clearly see the advantages. And I have heard it from a lot of CIOs where people resisted in a fashion that it was just not acceptable when the CIOs were trying to make work from home an initiative which could actually add value to the organization and to people. But post 16th of March 2019, I think 2020, sorry, I don't think anybody really complained of that. And couple of months initial hassles, everybody was fully operational with similar or better efficiency. Everybody was doing what was needed to be done, making sure the business is running at a smooth pace, contributing to the customer environment, business environment, and so on and so forth. So I think that hassle is pretty much addressed to quite an extent. People are far more receptive. To me, one of the biggest hurdles of that particular piece. Now, looking at the opportunities that we have more than immense opportunities today. Whether you look at collaboration platforms, you look at connected assets, we talked about IoT. Atul mentioned he mentioned IoT being extensively used in that organization. Kaustubh covered about AI for decision making. So these are bits and pieces of a puzzle which put into a complete structure will definitely provide a lot more efficiency, lot more optimization within the business process. And the problems that pick up to solve, all of them have to be business impacting problems. Unless it is solving a business problem, I don't think any of the organizations, people on this call are getting budgets from the CEOs if it's not business impacting, because all projects today need to have a business impact. Otherwise, if it's just one of those run-the-mill project, okay, just to keep the lights on, it will be addressed, but probably not on priority. So for that, there is a huge task to be done by all of us together in making this a successful venture for the industry, for the larger good. It is not about only Dell or Schneider or India Glycols or ITC or JCB for that matter. I think it's for the larger good. We all need to work together on this with a clear mandate that these are business impacting outcomes, which are fairly possible. Technology allows you to do that. And we've been through those ages we've been through those times. I would say I was probably a little too young that time when we heard that computers were, or technology was, people were skeptical that, oh, I won't have a job tomorrow. And today we are far ahead. And the same people are talking about few phenomenal things which could change the world. So I think it's a huge opportunity, and all of us need to collaborate to make it a huge success.
So coming to I'll share some of my experiences. Like ITC, while I worked earlier with Unilever and Mondelez, Cadbury, working from home was not a big issue. Actually, we used to work from home earlier also and because we were connected with globally many offices and all that, and there were a lot of discussion used to happen. Okay, that time it was not through the MS Teams on Zoom or something, but it was through the connected phones actually. But in ITC, we never done the working from home actually, and this was the first time we experienced. And then I recollect when pandemic and we heard that lockdowns are going to happen last year, March actually. And then all of us were really very, very worried actually how we are going to manage. But I'm telling you, kind of stuff our IT team and all that is done. And then I only one principle, then I really realized if all of us really wanted to do it something, because as a company, we did first time and we did right, actually. I'm telling you, we were at least affected as far as my backend infrastructure is concerned. Even a factory side, actually, within a couple of days, we were able to start the operations. And fortunately, many of our operations were already a lot of automation, end-of-line automation and other stuff was there in place. So I think that was really help. Added to that, because we were in quality, like food safety quality and all that, we were able to immediately integrate the requirements of like hygiene and other stuff and give a lot of assurance to the authorities, to the people, working people, their families and all that. That really helped. Now coming to the larger question about how we should, because there are a lot of failures also, and why that failures happens actually. Failure happens precisely because there is no clarity, a clear measurable objective, a lot of things. I think many suppliers will come and then like everybody, this is like a big jargonary things actually, okay. While operations team will understand, okay, this is what I want, and then everybody explains, many suppliers and OEMs will come and they will explain that technology, this is what it will benefit and all that. All this nitty-gritty is very, very difficult to understand. Okay, as a receiving companies, we may not be having full blown like a very, very expertise like resources at our end. That time it was obviously was not there, but today yes, we have integrated center of excellencies. We have industry 4.0 center of excellencies set up. So clear and measurable objectives, a lot of commitment from the leadership and engagement is required, aligning company culture. So and then another thing, I think all of us, at least at management, needs to be understood that every initiative will not succeed actually. And that is one big thing actually. And then for that, my view is that we should adopt the problem solving kind of approach actually. Identify small problem in the areas of, like I will give our examples, it could be in the food safety, hygiene, efficiency, process controls or anything, then build solutions around it through the, and now I think a lot of this IoT devices has come in actually, that is coming very, very handy. We have our all factories now CCTV enabled actually, and then a lot of those image analytics and all that. So build solutions around sections actually, then prepare for failure. I think very, very important needs to be understood that all the initiatives will not succeed. And that's why proof of concept is very, very important. Do proof of concept to understand, know the nuances in that. And then another impact, very, very important is that forming a team when you are doing this proof of concept or forming the team for that, you have to select the right team, right skills and attitudes and all that. Then celebrates initial successes and all that. So this is very, very important because I personally experienced that when we not done this right, I think we had some challenges, and then okay, and then what happens? Confidence gets impacted. Then yeah, everybody will say, yeah, I told you it is not going to happen. It is not because of somebody telling it is not going to happen. It happens because we have not followed that proper process actually. And when we started to follow, okay, now because of pandemic, everything. See, there was a huge resistance to use the cloud. Okay, how we can? There is all these concerns actually. Today also some concerns are there, but I think there is a elaborate process is there actually. I think it is, in fact, now I think people are convincing that instead of having our own, because ultimately that also managed by some people, either our people or anybody. Those people also move out, go here and there and all that actually. So controls where cloud controls and all that. Today, I think it is evolved to the large extent actually. So SaaS kind of platforms and all that is becoming very, very important. And we are actually now exploring a lot of stuff, cloud-based things. And then as earlier I also mentioned about AI and ML. That is the, I think, things now we are eagerly looking at. But yes, I think we need to follow the problem solving approach. Otherwise, when you're entering, it will become very, very difficult because failures, and we need to be prepared. Nothing. I think I will tell my example. We launched a lot of products into the market, and I think many companies would be doing it. Do you think if I launch all 10, everything will succeed? It will not actually. And then how come then we assume that whatever initiatives we do in Industry 4 areas, everything will succeed? It will not going to happen that way.
I think I'll start off with some problem statements or other problems which we commonly face. And the first one I believe is about the skills. Okay, we may talk about the latest and the greatest technologies, but when you talk about skills, okay, these are in scarcity. You don't have the right and great team members either within the enterprise or even in the partner ecosystem, no? Because if you were to engage with these big consulting companies about setting up a project, they will come up with a multi-crore proposal that no, if you need to do this, you need to do that, and you have these milestones. And generally, if you see such a big capex or a big budget project, no, there is many a times no, you find that no, you don't get the due approvals because setting up, getting those ROI numbers and all that, it's not so easy. So I think skill set is one area wherein we find an issue. Then the second important aspect is around the cultural aspect, wherein companies which are in existence for 20, 25, 30 years, they are running their operations, their own logistics, transportation in a particular way. Now, if you tell them that, no, I need to sensorize this and you will get this, you will get that, there is a lot of skepticism that, no, what is going to happen, whether because, no, you have to understand that these are the core, it's like the holy cows, actually. They are the holy cows. They are producing right now. And if you say that, no, I want to add a sensor here, there, I want to do this, that, get data out of this compressor or this turbine or this, there is a lot of pushback, you would start getting that, what if there is a failure, what if there is a compromise or something. So that is another area regarding the cultural thing. But I also want to highlight that from an opportunity standpoint, now you assume that you were to hire a millennial in your enterprise, and that millennial or that set of millennials come to your enterprise, and you ask them or expect them to do that menial manual work day after day. I can tell you within 10 days they will run away from your factory. 10 days, maybe 2-3 days or 2-3 weeks here and there or a month here there, doesn't matter. But certainly they will not enjoy that experience because they are habituated that using voice control to do things, and here you are expecting them to do everything manually, take a logbook and keep entering something that this is the temperature, this is the pressure. How can you expect them to give their 100%? So my point is that if we are talking about factory of the future, I'm not even saying future, factory of the current period, we need to gear our infra accordingly. And time is flying actually. And I also want to highlight that that given these new age technologies, and I want to add to what Kaustubh mentioned, we generally feel that the Western world is highly digitized. They may be digitized in terms of the consumer setup, consumer IoT or consumer setup is concerned. But if we talk about the manufacturing setup, I have interacted with many of those entities, though there are those flagship lighthouse companies who talk about like the likes of BASF or those large giants who would have digitized to a large extent. But then for every such one entity, there would be 100 others who would still be running the manual or the conventional way, because implementation of these new age technologies comes at a far higher cost in the Western world, because skill set and all that comes at a very high premium. So they in fact look at countries and markets like India, wherein we have this huge source of startups. You have a huge setup of startups who are doing a lot of these AI projects, ML projects, including data, video analytics, and so much of things. So those aspects are happening. So they find that implementing these solutions from countries like India is far cheaper. So they are also, most of the companies in the Western world also are now trying to catch up in the whole situation. But while they do so, let me tell you, in next 2-3 years, there will be, once the adoption becomes mainstream, there will be again a lot of insourcing which will happen at the manufacturing sites there in the Western world. They had outsourced because there was a labor cost arbitrage. But now with the digital and other mechanisms, automating much of the work, much of the decision support also, I find that insourcing will come into play, and which will put pressures on companies and in fact countries which are working on that labor arbitrage part only. So these are we'll have to remodel our business, and rather than getting into a debate that whether this will work not work, we should rather start doing pilots. Not, and I would like to highlight that there's a difference between doing a proof of concept and a pilot. Proof of concept, it looks so futuristic that it's a concept car, concept bike or something, but it is not for real. But so if you start doing small pilots and then scale it out, that brings more prudence, more confidence to the top leadership. Yes, that this is achievable, and if we are able to do it in one area, we can then as well replicate it in some other larger unit. So that's my thought, Abhijeet.
Atul, thank you very much. In fact, you did also shed light on a subsequent question which I was going to ask, which I will ask the other panelists too, around what will be the implications of the automated factories coming into play when demand is still high coming in from the developed world. So why would the export-oriented unit even continue to exist? But maybe it's an opportunity for the Indian entrepreneur who is in that industry to actually truly become global, rather than play only in the country which they understand. So let's see where that takes us. Sunil, over to you, because you've had the experience of moving from, as you mentioned a couple of times, 2 machines to now, I think 300 plus, if I'm not mistaken, is what you said. So I'd like to get your journey too.
Yeah, see, I would agree with Atul and Shirish because they have a similar experience. And I will break this down into 4 or 5 buckets. And these are kind of real time or real life experiences. So we actually started this 3-4 years ago, and we all talked about the challenges. The first challenge is, do you really need it or not? Because you hear a buzzword somewhere and then say, why do we not do it? But where is the real benefit? And in first instance, it is very difficult to go and tell your CIO or CFO or CEO that I have heard this and this is going to give you a productivity or quality or XYZ. You can't do that. You can't quantify that. So how do you do that? So the biggest thing is the bottleneck is at the top, as we say. You don't know what to do. So you have to have the objectives right. What do you want to do actually? And the only way I started here was to do a pilot. Until unless you see the benefit yourself, if you yourself are not convinced, how are you going to convince others? So do a pilot. So we did it in the revenue model. Did we make mistakes? Yes, we did. One mistake was taking a technology that we thought would work. And Kaustubh talked about it earlier. So we have 5 factories starting from 45 years old to the latest one being 5-6 years old. So the technology platform has been changing. Not necessarily 45-year-old because but probably 20 years old. The oldest welding robot would be 20 years old. So how do you compare a 20-year-old robot to a 2-year-old robot? What information, what data can it throw out? So we started looking at the technology first, what technology, and we found out technology in our UK group companies, which is used for connected machines, not machines as in inside the factory, machines as in customer machines. And we thought, why can't we use that technology for our stationary equipment? If it can work for mobile equipment, it can very well work for the stationary equipment. That was the first failure. It did not work. The second thing to learn here is there are no shortcuts. If I tell you that give me 20, 30, 40, 50 crore rupees and I'll give you something tomorrow, that's not going to happen. So it has to evolve. And as Atul talked about it, Shirish talked about, you go to the big technology firms and then say, okay, give us a roadmap. They will come to you, 30, 40, 50 crore rupees. You try to link it up with efficiencies and all, they will refuse. Say, okay, give us upfront 10 crores and then we'll do something. But who knows the manufacturing better than us? They don't know anything about manufacturing. They only know anything. What they know is sensor and this and that. How does it work? They absolutely do not know about manufacturing. Who is the person who knows about manufacturing is us. So the third step is to put an organization in place. And we started with one person. One person, one equipment from UK. It failed. Fine. We developed it in-house. And today we have got 200 equipment. When I say equipment, anything which is more than 2 crores and above capital investment, all connected. I can see sitting here what happens in Jaipur, what happens in Pune, what happens in Vadodara, what happens here, real time. When I say real time, I think with a lag of 5 minutes or so, which is kind of real time for manufacturing. And then you can showcase it to the world that what is happening. I can then quantify, which I was not able to quantify earlier. I think we started this in 2019, 2.5 years. Now I can at least quantify that I can get the data back. Now, what is that data going to do? If I know that this is working, this is not working, what is going to do? So the next step is, how do I analyze the data and I put data analytics in? Is it a shortage of material? Is it a breakdown? Is it this? Is it that? And the biggest thing is the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? Now, forget the proprietor or the chief executive. The operator is the biggest stakeholder, because if he is not using it, or if he is putting a scope in it, or if the shop floor supervisor is not convinced, or if the business leader is not convinced, it's not going to work. Perseverance, patience, I think these are the big things. You have to keep on talking about it, showing them the benefit. It is very, very difficult to show a benefit to a workman, because there is always fear in the mind, and someone mentioned it, whether I lose my job. But then you have to keep on talking. Communication, I think, is a big thing. How many people have lost job in JCB in the last so many years? Probably none, because of technology improvement. Absolutely none. So if we had so many workmen, we have 10 times more workmen there in the space now. So I think communication also makes a very important role. And finally, it comes to ROI. Obviously, when you do all those things, can you establish an ROI? Can you convincingly say? Probably yes, probably no. We are still halfway through. I'm not able to put a figure in that. If you give me a £5 million or a £3 million sterling, when will it pay back? It is a bit difficult thing. So it has to evolve. The model that we have adopted now is we are talking to some next gen entrepreneurs who are kind of one-man army, two-man company, and doing things on our own. So from one person who started it, there are 5 people now in-house, because we know the job better than these people know. But we are not the technology masters, so we need help from outside. So it's a bit of a collaboration between us and the parties. And so far we have been doing it in a bit of a revenue model before we go for big capex, so that we can justify it. So that's how we are.
No, thank you very much, all of you. We are at 1:15, so I suppose we've got just about 5 more minutes left. I did want to ask a question to Shirish, Sunil, and Atul, and not the OEMs, because one thing I find quite interesting in this space is that unlike the ERP technologies, right? There's 3. There's SAP, Oracle, and Microsoft Dynamics now. They're quite industry strength. It's sort of like a no-brainer when you're going to go and select the platform in that, because it's quite mature as a technology. How did the 3 of you, when you're making decisions as to which platforms to bring in, what is the sort of decision criteria? What are those 5 things on your matrix that you would look at while making a call on which technology to adopt? Because everything is relatively new, as you said. There'll be organizations like Schneider and Dell on one hand, which have been around for quite some time. And then there's 1 person or 2 people sitting in a basement somewhere. So how did the 3 of you sort of make that decision? And we've got 5 minutes, so maybe a quick answer from each of you.
Yeah, maybe Abhijeet, I will go. So one is like nowadays, many of you need OT and IT integration actually, first of all. Okay, we have OT. And earlier, actually, those OT infrastructures were like they were not kind of, I will use a word of universal. Okay, it is like a universal like chargers or universal. Means I'm just saying it can be used for anybody for any purpose. Basically, it should be scalable for if today I am engaged with you, tomorrow I get a better technology, and the kind of technology evolutions are happening and many things with new startups and all that, they will disrupt even existing like a big setups actually. So why I should be restrained to adopt those kind of. So I think today, I think many of those are possible, or there are adapters are coming actually. So which is a very good part actually. So you don't have to really worry about, only what you have to think whenever you are approaching any of the OEMO suppliers, you have to see that is it a this kind of open-ended. Okay, I think we term used as open-ended. So but it is like is it a universal actually? I can use it, and then future may if I don't like to work with you, either I have opportunity to use that assets with somebody else. Otherwise, I have just married with you and I can't do anything about it. So that is a very primary important. Other things I think with now like IoT devices we spoke about. Other things like it is like that through cameras, no facial recognitions and all that. So this all these platforms, if you see today, it is like OT and platforms are largely like open-ended. So that should solve. But there could be still many of those could be close-ended. I think when we are selecting, we should be mindful about it. That yes, tomorrow if I have to go to anywhere, another areas could be like a cloud may become like rather than managing our own stuff. Maybe cloud could be like a much superior, and then like a SaaS kind of system. It is like the way you use, you pay actually. So it is like a charge basis actually. It is like a revenue kind of sort of revenue model. You don't have to upfront invest many things, and okay, little bit investment will be required, and you can scale it fast and all that. So that could be another area, and that is what I think we are also working on. And then specifically from foods perspective, if you see, I think biggest thing I think we have to work around, like how can I make it like total touch free products actually, so that nobody maintaining hygiene, food safety, quality and other stuff. So which is very crucial from the food manufacturer point of view. And we are embedding all those aspects, and we are doing many projects. Just wanted to just give one example. Like we make a atta. Okay, our atta factory, like we get a wheat from the trucks or rakes or something. Trucks will come into the factory. It is tippled actually. There are tipplers, so no touch. Then it is conveyed to the silos. From silos, it goes to the factory. So where it is crushing and cleaning and other process happens. Then final product is bagged it, and then there is a palletization. Okay. So till person only will touch the final pallet actually. So to that extent, I think kind of automation is possible, and we have done at many places. This is one example about ATA, but we have done in many segments, other segments. Some are work is going on.
Thanks, Shirish. Sunil and Atul, decision making. How do you which technology to go after?
Now, one thing which I'll add to Shirish is wherever you go to technology, he's talked about OT, IT. Even in technology, whether you use anything, be it sensor, be it software, be it this, that, I think one thing which the OEMs are very particular is they do not allow to get into the protocols. I think we are very skeptical about it. Said, do we have freedom to get into the protocols or not? And generally they don't allow it. So that's one thing.
Okay. Atul, your experience?
Yeah. Hi. So my points are, no, I always believe in these 4 S's, 4S. So one is whether it serves the desired purpose. So what purpose is it solving? So are you trying to eliminate some dark spots within the value stream? So how are you sensorizing it right? So that is serving a purpose. So that has to be the first and foremost thing. Second is whether it is secure enough. Third is whether it is a standard offering. It should not be something which is like a black box that some genius builds it for you, and then you are stuck with that. You are tracking the life of the genius, whether he's going to the hospital or getting serviced or whatever. So we don't want to get bogged down and no focused on that genius thought. So there has to be a standard out there, and then of course it has to be scalable. So that no, if you were to scale it out, it shouldn't then become another pain that no, this could serve only this part of your journey, and beyond this you need to get into a different ship while you are on the sea, high seas. So it doesn't work that way. So I think those are the broad themes we looked at whilst uh, we chose our deployment. Last but not the least, it's also important that while you choose an IoT kind of choose to do an IoT kind of a deployment, do not get constrained by thinking that no, only one OEM or one provider would do the entire solutioning. It never happens, because as our fellow panelists also mentioned, because the kind of legacy the manufacturing plant has, you would need to engage with multiple of these experts to get data out, get it collected, and then networked, and then make sense out of it. So you might as well engage with different entities to make it safe, secure, and serve the whole purpose.
Thank you, Atul. And to round up, I think we're just a minute away from 5 to 1:30. Manish and Kaustubh, you want to round that off? How does one select? Because it's a new world.
So, Manish, you want to go first? Yeah, please.
Sure. Thanks, Ross. Thanks. I would just actually summarize what Shirish, Atul, and Sunil stated very clearly. What are the demand patterns? What they look at when they're making a decision? Yes, of course, it has to be business impacting. I love the point that Atul made, that it has to be standard and scalable. You don't want something which is a marquee product but can't scale and can't be deployed too much. These are few very, very basic critical parameters there. But on top of that, I will actually put the layer of the very first point Atul made. What problem is it solving? Is it business impacting? Is it your customer experience impacting? That led with your operational excellence, integration of IT, OT, will certainly be the way forward for most of these projects. And it'll not happen overnight. It will not happen over a year, because it is a far more scattered process. It is a far more integration needed. There's far more integration needed for different businesses, different business units, and different industry verticals as well. So it is a step-by-step journey that we need to cover over a period of time. And digitalization will probably enhance the overall experience across industries. We will fail, of course we will. There is nothing that we have as a sacrosanct that everything will work. We'll fail, we'll succeed in some things. Net, if we are benefiting, the business is benefiting and the industry is benefiting, I think that's the way forward. And very interesting, there was a question in the chat window. Somebody had asked that, somebody had thrown in, if I'm not wrong, how do we sell product to India customers who consider Chinese products over Indian products? I think there is a huge scope for India business team to scale to the level of what China has done for the world today. Can India be another strong platform to at least shift the workload from what China has today? Of course, yes. We have the skill. We have fairly similar demographics as well. This is something which will have to be driven. The economies of scale will define the success of this particular initiative. And of course, not only India will be able to sell these products to the globe. So it is time for our Indian business to be a more global business, scale it and supply it to the whole world rather than just a domestic piece. Kaustubh.
Yeah, so, it was an amazing topic, the third one, Abhijeet. Thanks to you to bring it up, because I think it is very live these days. And one thing in the journey of being a technology supplier to most of our customers here, in fact, also in the panel, one thing that we have learned is it's always a co-managed objective. We don't work one line. We don't work only on what Schneider can offer to the market, but we also work on what customer can get benefited out of it. I think that's one particular area that we also worked on. And second, which we have also learned, and I'm sure everyone will agree to that fact, is in this era of digital disruption, nothing is sacrosanct, nothing stays permanent here. All that we have to do is it's a it's a code developed thing. It's a solution which is developed basis, not a project, I would call it for the lack of a better word, but it's a program that we are working on. And I think Schneider with certain set of solutions, naming a few, EcoStructure as one of the offers that we are bringing into the market very aggressively. And I think that is helping a lot of customers in terms of solving the problem. So I think it's the problem statement identification. We have taken the book a little away from the eyes, not telling the world what solution we have, but first of all, letting them know that how do we identify the problem first. So I think that's a great level of understanding of the market that we're looking at.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for your time. It's been an interesting, very interesting conversation. I think Manish, the point you raised can be a reason for us to get together again on another panel. It's a very interesting subject on its own. But thank you very much, everyone, for your time and manufacturing today. Have a good day. Thanks.
Before we wrap up, we have received a couple of questions from our delegates. I would like to ask that. So we have one for Mr. Gulati. Whether Industry 4.0 supports selling of products to Indian customers who still consider Chinese products over Indian products? Can AI sell products to customers?
I would answer this question into two buckets. Okay, one, we just addressed briefly the China topic that we discussed in the just last 5 minutes of our discussion. Of course, that can be addressed. It's a huge scale at play that can be deployed, and there is no way I think that why we should not be able to do it here in India when it is being done there in China very successfully. It is about adopting the right approach, deploying right technologies, developing scale, and being very, very competitive across. I don't think, while a lot of people compare, and the comment, also the question on the chat window was that it was a little that as if China is giving something free of cost. The answer is no. China is giving it competitive with a great quality, right? Can this be done here? Of course it can be done. I don't see a reason why it cannot be. And just to add to that particular space, and we have interacted, I have in my personal capacity also interacted with businessmen in China a lot. You have the quality you want, you get it there. You want a product, you can differentiate your product amongst 10 different categories of quality that you want, it is available. So you choose what you want. That's the summary I will like to leave it there. Secondly, if AI will help us sell to customers, I would say partially yes, and partially I would say to the extent of 80% yes. The tools deployed give you a very clear indication of what the customer needs are. They throw propensity models at you that which customer would probably need basis your historical interactions. Also for the newer customers, which sectors are doing well or which sectors aren't doing well, just to help you identify the right set of your customers. There are tools available in the marketplace. Can it solve the problem for you? You will have to look at the tool that is available and the skill and the way it can be integrated into your business model that is there to identify whether it can sell for you or to your customers or not. Answer to that is yes, partially it is possible.
So we have another question. While embracing Industry 4.0, data privacy is very important. How do we protect and how much should we spend as a percentage of total expenses of IoT on cybersecurity?
Amrita and friends, unfortunately, I'll have to leave for another meeting that I've got. So it's been a pleasure meeting you, and I'll be here. Thank you, everyone.
Have a good day, Mr. Ranade.
Take care, Abhijeet. Very interesting conversation. Thanks for highlighting this, actually. Whoever asked this question, Amrita. In the last 18, 19 months that we have been looking at, I would look at it as a pre-COVID and post-COVID scenario, right? The security needs have significantly changed. All organizations and all your capacity, you will deploy all your possible security tools to make sure that your business is, because data is extremely important. And how do you, on the journey of making data to information, you need to secure how it does not get into the hands that you don't want that. What has changed in the last 18 months is the people, the office setups that worked out of 5-10 locations are working out of 5,000 locations because your employees are all scattered. As a result, since your ecosystem and the environment has changed, it has brought in certain extra burden on the network and security aspect of it. So there are solutions available which handle those kind of evolving threats today. And you can deploy solutions like CyberSense. You'll have multiple different, I would not want to in detail talk about it, but there are multiple different solutions available, and I'll be happy to connect with the gentleman who asked this question. There are multiple different solutions available. There are consolidated solutions available too. Something could be around your end user devices, something could be your network, something could be your data center. So you define a problem and you have a solution around that today to secure, which ensures that your data is secure and does not fall into the hands where you don't want them to.
Thank you, Mr. Gulati. We have one last question. This one is for Mr. Joshi. On many occasions, it is difficult to get management approval in India for digital strategy because low manpower cost compare Europe. So what are your ways, suggestions to calculate ROI out of digitalization initiatives?
I think this is a very common question that we usually face, and not a question, but these are also the comments that we get. And I'm sure since Shirish is there on the panel, he'll also agree with this particular fact. We often talk about this. So this is, it's a very simple way to look at it. We straight away go to the fundamental, and in my previous comment on the closure, I mentioned that we strategically look at what is good to have and what is must to have. So when we identify any problem statement, and these days, over a period of time, it has come up to a surface that we exactly know that what is the delivery expectation is. So the return of investment or ROI calculations are basis the deliverables that we are looking at, and identification of the objective plays a very crucial role. That's first. The second is, while we look at it, we don't apply too many tools and tackles from the digital disruption space because there's so much on the plate these days. And when you name a buzzword, it's available in the market. So we don't go after everything and spread thin in terms of applying the technology, because even from the technology plethora of our offers, what we have a huge offer basket. So we pick and choose what is right at that point in time from the manufacturing space. And the third is very crucial. Look, the management looks at very specific spreadsheets where the numbers are crunched. Yeah, and as long as we are able to deliver a subjective description into an objective output, I think that solves the purpose. So we take pride in saying it in most of the problem statement that Schneider delivers. We usually work on these particular areas to help our customers. So it's a very subjective conversation, and that's how it needs to be worked out. It's always on case-to-case basis. But I completely agree, and I'm sure everyone will here agree that the management approval is always a question at times getting into such a topic.
Can I add to this?
Yeah.
Can I add
Please
to
go
this?
ahead, Mr. Gulati.
And I would like to add this to what Kaustubh said, and we work very closely with Schneider as well as one of our OEM engagements. I think it is, and Schneider does that extremely well. I mean, we've been working across multiple sectors. It is a matter of customization. It is not one size fits all. Similarly, for different organizations, a priority X could have different meaning for a different organization and a different sector altogether. So just to add to what Kaustubh was summarizing, I would say it is look at it more from a customized solution. Don't look at one solution that will fit all your problems. That will not happen. So as a result, you will get some approvals, you will not get certain approvals. So it will be more priority basis, it will be more problem basis. We've identified the right problem and it is making immediate business sense. I wonder any business leader would say no to that.
Fabulous. Thank you, Mr. Joshi, Mr. Gulati. It was a great discussion, and I'm sure the delegates had a wonderful time here. I thank each one of you for taking out time and being a part of this inaugural panel discussion. With this, we conclude our panel discussion. I would like to thank our partners, presenting partners Dell Technologies, Intel, Microsoft, engineering partner Autodesk, energy management partner Schneider Electric, and HVAC partner Blue Star. Manufacturing Today India is a leading magazine for professionals in the manufacturing sector. News and features in the magazine encompasses everything related to production, automation, machine tools, plant heads, supply chain technology, among other things. To subscribe to the newsletters, please log on to the website www.manufacturingtodayindia.com. We will now go on a short break and we'll come back with the second panel discussion. Stay tuned. Thank you for joining us in this huge number. We are live again at Dell, Intel, and Microsoft Presents Smart Manufacturing Summit, which is the 5th annual edition. With this, I would like to invite panelists for the second panel discussion on balancing asset management with logistics initiatives for tomorrow. We have Arobinda Mookherjee, Director, J&J Machines, Zarwan Marolia, Senior Vice President and Head of Manufacturing Council, Godrej and Boys Manufacturing, Sachit Verma, Vice President, Customer Experience and Supply Chain, SKF India, Ajoy Lal, Vice President, Commercial Vehicle Operations, Tata Motors. This panel discussion will be moderated by Rajiv Singh, Partner and Automotive Leader, Deloitte India. Over to you, Mr. Singh.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Amrita. And firstly, thanks a lot to all the esteemed panel members here. I must say that it's really an honor to be here with all of you. And as we get into the topic, as Amrita said, balancing asset management and looking at logistics, let me just step back and let me just try and set a context out here. And let me just step back maybe from a perspective of supply chain and manufacturing both. All of us here, I'm sure, would have heard the term VUCA, which has been there for now decades together, which means volatile and uncertain and complex and ambiguous and so on. But one thing that struck me is that we have never experienced VUCA as we are experiencing it now. I think we kept talking about VUCA for so many decades, but these times, I must say the last 12, 18 months that we have seen have been the most volatile, the most uncertain, the most complex and the most ambiguous. But despite such a VUCA world, what gives me real pleasure is to be here with my 4 panel members who have been highly successful managing their business operations despite all the VUCA around us. So welcome all the panel members once again. Really glad and honored to be here with all of you. And what we will do over the next 1 hour is that maybe we'll take about 40-45 minutes of discussions and allow me to please try and probe, try and understand from you, what have you been doing? All of you, I'm sure, have been following your own secret recipes. You have your own best practices that you have been following. But I'm going to use this time to try and see if we can get some insight from all of you on what is that secret recipe that you have been doing, the best practices that you have been following, some of the things that you have been trying to manage your supply chain better. So that is what we'll do. The last 15 odd minutes, we'll try and open it up for all the members out here to also allow them to probe a little more further. So with that, let me start with Ajoy along with you. Ajoy, see, we all experienced, of course, wave 1, and then came wave 2. And wave 1 was very, very different. Wave 1 was something which was not just an India-specific phenomenon, it was a global phenomenon. Many countries experiencing it simultaneously. We had lockdowns which came in pretty before, I would say, the wave really hit us in that sense. And it was a complete lockdown. So everything came to a grinding halt, I would say, in a very short span of time. The trucks were stranded where they were. The factories came to a halt, except whatever were the essential manufacturing industries and so on and so forth. And as we came out of the wave 1, supply chain became a big constraint. People started talking about non-availability of raw material because the material had to move from the supplier, say tier 2 to tier 1, then tier 1 to the manufacturing factories, and so on and so forth. Also, there was a huge constraint in terms of non-availability of manpower. But this time around COVID wave 2, it has not been very similar to wave 1, at least from a lockdown perspective. So what do you think, that will this time also, you think it is the supply chain which is the constraint, or you think this time the constraint could be somewhere else, could be in the market? Would be very keen to hear your views, Ajay.
Thank you, Rajiv. I think it's a very good question. And so let me just say a few words about VUCA that you mentioned. If you recall, just before the COVID, in fact, the economy had actually started slowing down. And with COVID setting in, it was not only VUCA, but it was a perfect storm. I mean, you couldn't think of a storm which is more perfect than this. But you are right. Wave 1 and wave 2 were different in the way that people responded to it. wave one actually, although it had started in some parts of the world earlier than when it did in India, and it did, but I think by and large, country as a whole and companies as well, we did not really prepare ourselves as well as we should have, perhaps. And therefore, in many ways, it took us by surprise, and there were surprise. I mean, certain lockdowns and all that. And like you very rightly said, everything came to a grinding halt. You know, the labor didn't have a job overnight, and we have all seen horror stories of, you know, how migrant laborers dealt with this. And you're right, the trucks got stranded, and we majorly into you know, truck manufacturing. We of course did our bit to reach out to the truck drivers, truck operators, give them food, medicine, water, etc., etc. But then all this was only for survival. And from a business perspective, you're right. You know, all of us got stranded. We're still evolving our SOPs on how to deal with this, how to start working. You know, what are the precautions that we should take? How do we balance the assembly lines with the right amount of you know, social distancing, for example? So all that. So we took some time in learning this as an industry, and therefore, but by the time this wave one got over, or 3-4 months down the line, actually the supply side learned to deal with COVID situation. You know, we had solid SOPs in place, which would ensure that actually, I would go to the extent of saying that people were more safe inside their working environment than outside. You know, there are SOPs for COVID appropriate behavior in terms of, you know, wearing masks, double masks, social distancing, you know, hygiene specific things. We kind of quickly rebalanced our lines, which ensured that there's right amount of social distancing. The density of people were reduced. The employee transportation buses and all that were, you know, sanitized, and the way of occupancy was changed so that you could maintain everything which was healthier for the employee to come in and work and go back, including the measures that all of us took in canteen, in our workplaces, in offices and all that. And then we learned to live. And then came COVID, there's this wave two.
Yeah.
And by the time wave two came, actually the supply side, in my view, has by and large stabilized. And as I was mentioning to you initially, the demand side was already weakening. I mean, the economic activities were going down. And now, actually, in my view, it's the demand side which is affecting the economy more than the supply side. Supply side is kind of, you know, geared up to deal with the situation. You know, vaccinations have started. Most of the companies have taken upon themselves to get their employees vaccinated. They know how to deal with employees with comorbidity. They know how to deal with the COVID appropriate behavior. And therefore, and also let me just give you an example to make my point. You know, recently in wave two, as you know, and also in our country, each part of the country was not affected at the same time.
Yeah.
For example, we have 5 commercial vehicle plants in India. So we have, for example, one of our plants in Jamshedpur, which is the eastern part of India, where the COVID stuck much later than it did in the western part of the country.
That's right.
It went to the southern part of the country. So we had one of our vendors, and there is no harm if I mention the name. You know, the name of the vendor is Notation, who supplies us synchro cones, which gets into gearbox. You know, that's an element which helps us, you know, shift the gears smoothly on our trucks and cars.
That's right.
Had COVID, and you know, there was an oxygen issue, and therefore entire industrial. Raji, please stop me if you think that I'm, you know.
No, it's interesting because we want to hear these stories, because the idea is to hear that how is wave 2 very differently hitting wave 1, and is it supply chain, or is this somewhere else now as a constraint?
Exactly. So as I was telling you, and then it hit Chennai. In Chennai, there was a strict lockdown, and as you know, all the oxygen supplies were actually diverted for medical purposes.
Yeah.
And so, and in fact, the industry found a way of dealing with, you know, the oxygen requirement by some alternate way. Most of the people, you know, had found an alternate way of, you know, doing fabrication by not using oxygen. So therefore, as I was telling you, there was a moly coating operation which used to get done in this setup at Chennai. And since this place was completely under lockdown, and there was also an oxygen crisis, whereas we had, some kind of stocks in Jamshedpur. So what we did was actually move this machine from Chennai to our Jamshedpur plant.
Wow.
Moved skilled people who could operate this, and that's how the operations could continue and production could continue. I think this is just one example, but I'm telling you, the supply side actually found, different innovative ways of dealing with this. And, and wave 2 was mainly about demand. As the consumption has gone down, as the economic activities have gone down. So that is affecting the economy more than the supply side, in my view.
No, thanks, Ajay. And I think what I liked is the way you said that we have evolved maybe, and from wave 1 to wave 2. And we found more innovative ways of how to deal with the challenges on the supply side. So that was also equally important, that we are not getting trapped on the supply side. Of course, keeping fingers crossed, hope the consumer sentiments bounce back just like they bounced back earlier. This time it is, of course, far more wider. It has hit the rural more than the urban, actually. So keeping our fingers crossed. But I got the answer that I was looking for. Thanks, Ajay.
Thank you.
Moving to Zarvan, and I hope I have got your name right this time, Zarvan.
Zarvan, that's it. Yeah.
So Zarvan, COVID, of course, has impacted the business in many negative manners. We all know that. I mean, we have seen, on the personal side, but even on the business side, on the economy side, a lot of negative impacts. But there was some silver lining somewhere. And COVID did become a big catalyst in many organizations for the digital initiative. And a lot of digital exponential technologies, sometimes we try to describe them, were taking some time to take root. And manufacturing was particularly, I would say, a little slow in terms of really getting there and so on. But these are the times where we have seen a sudden spike in terms of embracing exponential technologies in manufacturing. What we would love to hear from you, Zarvan, is, and if Zarvan, of course, you can share, is some of your experiences across so many manufacturing units as the head of the manufacturing council, some of the things that you think could be good for the participants here to hear in terms of embracing some of these technologies in manufacturing.
So thanks, Rajiv. First and foremost, good afternoon to everybody on the panel as well. And Ajay, I couldn't agree with you more about things that you said. I think you were absolutely spot on, and you spoke for all of us that talked about that. But, so what exactly is the gains that we have got out of this? And I think that was a very, very pertinent question. So at the beginning of, wave 1, and I'm going back to March 20, there was a very clear message that we got from our chairman's office. And he said, there are 3 things you need to focus on. Number 1 is human safety, health and safety, number 1. Then the other 2 were in terms of business continuity and resilience. And I think it is this resilience that we really took to heart and we worked on, so that though we actually had shut the plants initially for a period of about 6 to 8 weeks, where again, some of our plants got clearances to function, where we manufacture hospital furniture, for example, we were up and running in 10 days time. Wow. But and then we had plants that were manufacturing ventilator valves, and we had a lot of stuff going in for the emergency supplies. That's how we gradually built up. So it is the resilience part that I would like to spend a bit of time on. And as you rightly put it, digitization was at the core of that. The entire pandemic experience has actually pushed us forward about 8 to 10 years on our digital journey as a nation. And I think the fact that today we're sitting here so comfortably and talking, online and virtually, each one of us located thousands of kilometers away from the other, we've actually accepted it, and we've taken this as a part of our day-to-day working and our way of going about it. So this was one part of it. Now, technology on the shop floor. So we actually took this opportunity to use it as a time to reset, reinvent, and re-engineer. So one of the first things that really, challenges that were thrown up by COVID per se, from the health point of view, is that we had to ensure that we don't have people working in close proximity with each other, And in order to do that, we had to find ways and means of doing what I love to call appropriate automation. See, automation can be a very big challenging thing, but I'm talking about appropriate automation, such as to facilitate a person to be able to operate within, a safe distance of another. So how does material move, small material handling, fixtures, the way a fixture will rotate on its own so that the man can work, the welders. Then you move into, of course, welders, and those are required for the more special purpose jobs. And for the mass jobs, we had places where the robotics were already in use, but then enhanced further. And one of the larger movements which we were already onto coincidentally prior to the start of this was the setting up of manufacturing execution systems, or MES. This process we accelerated as we realized that now this was something that was no longer nice to have, but need to have. Yeah. And with this, we were able to run our plants remotely. We were able to have our information flow without any fear of loss of information data. So we would have information flow. We brought in the fact that voice of the customer could come right onto the manufacturing floor so that you can do various aspects like reducing lead time. Then from these machines where we were, obviously IoT was part of the build-up, and we were, as I said, in the process of doing that. As luck would have it, we had a couple of greenfield projects going, and this was already planned. So getting it in was only a matter of accelerating the process, really. So with that, we were able to bring in better quality control. We were able to bring in better planning. And most important, I think, was the fact that we were able to make a leaner cost structure in the bargain. One of the things, for example, that I personally believe and we have been driving is, do we need engineers to supervise on the shop floor? You don't, because the system is so developed that the engineer can spend his time in more creative work and he has a much better job satisfaction. So over a period of time, we have actually worked away from it. So this digitization process is something that we had started, I would say, even before Industry 4.0 became a talking point. So we had actually brought it on for online parameter control, process parameter control, online inspection. We had brought it in, for example, so that testing can go on round the clock without somebody having to be there when a test is carried out. So points of failure, you use strain gauges, you use digital measuring, you get information flow available to you. So all these things were tied together using appropriate automation is a term that I really kind of believe in. And with this, we've been able to leverage all these together such that when wave 2 hit, unlike the first wave, really speaking, we have been, I would say, almost unaffected. We have been operating at about 80%.
Wow.
And we've got long cycle businesses which have virtually gone at even more. The challenge, just to quickly hark upon your previous question, I would say is, yes, I agree with Ajoy, it is to do with the market, but it is with the fact that the customers' needs and expectations have changed. And we need to be agile in meeting those, anticipating those, and getting ourselves out to the customer, giving him what he wants. So it is not going to be supply chain. It's not going to be the market per se. It is how the market is getting redefined and evolving.
Thanks, Zarvan, for bringing that very different perspective. A couple of things. I mean, I was taking notes, Zarvan. I don't know if you realized or not, but I was making a few notes, I liked one aspect that you said, and this is true. I must say, we feel really proud about this, that as a nation, all our businesses, whether they were big businesses or whether they were MSMEs or they were whatever size, I think all of them kept people as priority number one when the uncertainty hit us. That was really heartening to see that even smaller MSMEs, they prioritized and they said that no, people is priority number one. So as you rightly said, that priority number one was people. Absolutely. And then you said comes business continuity. It was not the reverse. It was not business continuity and then people. It was people and then was business continuity to see how can we maintain business continuity and so on. The other things, the 3R, I captured it as 3R, the ones that you said, which was to say that you spoke about reset, reinvent and re-engineer and appropriate technology or kind of changes that you want to bring. Because it's not like in earlier days, there used to be an advertisement of Bajaj that used to come, which was on bulbs, and they said, no, I'll change all bulbs in the home and so on and so forth. So digitization is not something like that. You would really look at where is it really needed? Do I have an ROI? Does it make an impact? And try and go there. Let me move to Arobinda sir, to you. Very interesting that in this journey of digitization, capital equipments becomes very, very critical, because unless and until the digitization comes in capital equipments, where I get to know what is the kind of performance of that particular equipment, unless and until I get to know how is the equipment, monitoring of that equipment basically, and so on and so forth, it becomes very, very difficult to try and drive any kind of digitization in any manufacturing company, so to say. What are your thoughts when it comes to looking at any condition-based monitoring or looking at residual asset life and so on and so forth from a manufacturing perspective, Arobinda?
Hi, Rajiv. If we go a little back, I think all my panelists have already shared. If I reflect what had happened with the first wave that we had impacted with,
yes,
we had a total shutdown. And that was a time to reflect. I'm stealing some of my co-panelists' jargons that I'm using. So what happens is when we reflect, our machines are actually, they go into hibernation. And we know we have a constellation of CNC machines. And as you know, when they don't run, they need a little, they always have a starting trouble. And that was my apprehension first. So what happens is, and these machines, when we had to have a startup, then they are into trouble. So first thing was this. And what is very important is we understood that these machines have to stay healthy. And if these machines have to stay healthy, there has to be some standard protocols which has to be assured to see that they are implied with. For example, how do we measure the healthiness of a machine? Is a standard technique that all of us know is the overall equipment effectiveness. And we have different benchmark systems and all, depending on the facilities and whatever. But now what happens is, what we need to know in this, how long is this machine on an equipment which is particularly a critical resource is going to continue delivering as per our required OE, which has been coming or even touching the benchmark at some point of time. But we know these are machines and they give indications. They may be all that can be understood. I mean, those 5 sensors that can always work. The basic philosophy is to apply these 5 sensors to see what has happened. If any abnormality, noise, leakage, or vibrations, or whatever. So condition-based monitoring is a tool that we can use to see, or basically it's a tool that senses the vibrations of all the, suppose if I have a CNC machine with a spindle, so I mount these points or sensors. They are basically vibration sensors. They are normally on a velocity mode, displacement mode, or an acceleration mode. So I'm just not getting into the complexities of this, but for high-speed machines, we go for acceleration mode. So when we measure this, we find that every machine with a spindle has a signature. What does it mean? A signature means it's a code or the signature vibrations, which under normal circumstances should be like, say the pattern should be like this. And like, for example, when we check the ECG of a human heart or whatever body, we know that there is a signature, and if there is something wrong, the condition monitoring system will set you an alarm. Say it can be in 3 axes. Primarily, we can use X, Y, Z axis. So it gives an axis with an abnormality, you have an alarm. And that means it needs to be addressed. Now this alarm level is also very interesting. You have level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. I'm talking of a standard jargons that we have. And level 4 is a case where we need an immediate replacement or a review of the system. Or level 3, level 2 are breathers, where we know that it has a residual life. So maybe based on the algorithm that we put into, say it has around 24, say maybe 24 days, 30 days lifeline within which we can prepare ourselves. That is where the condition monitoring will help and where the supply chain management will also be supporting us in the process. So primarily, I wanted to tell you, this is like an ECG test, and that is what we need to do to ensure our healthy machines and to see how we work. And there are standard systems which is in place. And I think from me, as of now, thank you.
Oh, thanks a lot, Arobinda sir. I think this is very important because I always felt, I started in manufacturing about 25 years back. Interestingly, I started with Tata Motors, Ajay. So I used to be in Tata Motors Pune plant in the D block for many years before getting into consulting. But yes.
So I'm sitting in, at the moment, I'm sitting in D block.
Wow, see, that's the connection. See, I didn't even know, but yes, I was in D block. I was in D68 when I started my career in Tata Motors, and such a small world. But coming back to, since then, the one thing that I always felt is, and the way you related between a human body and a machine, Arobinda, is monitoring the maintenance, the health of my equipment is so very critical, because if it is not right, then we know that we will not get the kind of OEE that we are looking at. And 5 sensors are, of course, the basic elementary sensors that can help. But with digitalization, I think the number of sensors that are itself going into equipments are far, far more higher now. And even from a distance, even like what Zarvan was saying, that even from a distance, even if you're 1,000 kilometers away, you get to know what is happening in your particular equipment, what is working, what is not working. There are a lot of examples that we have now where probably people are sitting at one place, maybe in Bangalore, and monitoring the performance of equipments all around the globe, because all the sensors are feeding data, all the data is coming at a central location. That entire data is really helping in terms of a lot of analysis and trying to predict what can go wrong in future and so on and so forth. So I think that we have seen a huge amount of sea change, I would say, in the way we are doing manufacturing and managing operations right now. But let me change gears here, Sachit, as I come to you. I'm going to shift a little more from manufacturing to supply chain.
Sure.
And Sachit, the reason is because logistics as an industry in India has been extremely, extremely complex. I don't know why did it happen so complex, or why did it end up being so complex, but it is very, very complex in our country. It's extremely fragmented, and none better than Ajay would know that how fragmented it is when it comes to small fleet owners, which are just 1 to 5 trucks and so on and so forth. In such a kind of an industry, what is resulting is also that logistics is probably about 14% of our GDP. It's significantly higher than what it is supposed to be. In some of the advanced nations, probably this is a far smaller number, but in our country, it is at about 14%, 15%. Now, in your view, what are the initiatives that organizations are taking, and some of the initiatives that you may have taken while one at one level is dealing with such a fragmented, complex industry in the COVID times with all the uncertainties? And secondly, in your views, are there any things that you think we should be doing at an industry level or at a policymaker level, maybe at the government level, which can really help in terms of streamlining this logistics industries?
It's a great question, Rajiv. And typically when people talk about logistics, the only thing that most of the leaders have in mind is the efficiency parameter, right? And I'll take a step back and I'll talk about the Holy Trinity, the so-called, that I always take care of. On one axis, we have the speed, the other one is the cost, and the third one is reliability, right? And you need to balance it out, right? How do you ensure that a customer who is into a project-based environment, how are you going to ensure delivery as per the committed lead times and as on that specific date, right? That's extremely important. How do you maintain that reliability? Second is, as the other panel members were also talking about, the customer requirements, the customer persona, and the customer expectations are changing, right? And now everyone is using B2C, like all the gadgets are available. You use Amazon, Flipkarts, etc., and you have a certain experience. Now that kind of an experience which earlier just the service industry was offering is now coming automatically. The expectation is coming to manufacturing side of the world, right? Now, what kind of initiatives, what kind of capabilities you need to build to meet those expectations is a real challenge, right? And keeping cost within the control limits, right? So the cost becomes your guardrail, and you still need to offer the speed and reliability value propositions and at different scales, right? So that's a complex topic itself, and as you rightly mentioned, it's a fragmented setup. You have small fleet owners, you have big players, right? How do you balance it out? The biggest challenge, I'll tell you, is the last mile delivery. I can still have a surface line haul which is moving from, let's say, Bangalore to Mumbai. That can still be managed, but what about the last mile delivery, last mile endpoint, the handling of it, right? And there are certain parameters which I'll quote from my example, what I did at SKF, and also certain benchmarks that are now applicable and things that are evolving in the logistics setup. See, one thing that we witnessed, and I especially wanted to talk about that point, is the matured ecosystem. Because of the e-commerce coming into India at such a large pace, we have multiple players available with a extremely, I would say, beautiful technology platform, right? What this technology platform gives us is visibility, near real-time visibility of your products that are moving, right? Which is not the case with all the smaller players. And over a period of time, if you look at, let's say, business models like Mahindra Logistics, they are a 4PL partner. So they are giving this platform to all these smaller players. Thereby, the demand is coming to them through multiple channels, but they are leveraging the ecosystem. They are not owning the fleet, but they are providing the opportunity to all these smaller people, right? The third aspect is usage of a lot of control tower based, I would say, solutions, which is advanced analytics, right? So you have a lot of data available between the source and destination. What kind of material is moving? What is the kind of weight of that material, right? A lot of interplay between a part truckload and a full truckload, and also an alternate ways of delivering things, right? So that's giving us an amazing, I would say, lever to optimize our costs. Just to give you an example, when most of the players are operating with a part truckload, what happens is the moment you hand over a shipment to any of your service provider, that person is going to wait till it is consolidated as part of a minimum viable option, right?
Yeah.
When you have these matured ecosystems where the volumes are high, when you tie your business with that kind of a strategic partner, you get better speed, and at the same time, the fixed cost gets apportioned over a larger volume. So those are few things that I have personally seen, and from a digitalization perspective, as you rightly mentioned, see, this was the time when we were able to migrate most of our Excel based working into Power BI dashboards. So that's more on visibility. The second aspect is usage of a lot of ML based predictors. And in order to support any machine learning algorithm, you need data, right? So the data again started flowing through data lakes and better data warehouses. So this happened just within a period of 9 to 10 months. And I completely echo the sentiments that Zarwan mentioned, right? That in terms of the strategy, it was always there, but this entire pandemic, it accelerated the change, and it acted as a catalyst, and everyone was like bullish about the kind of digital interventions that we were trying to deploy, and people participated like crazy, because otherwise in a regular scheme of things you will find it really difficult to engage people to get their buy-in. But this actually helped us in bringing about a lot of change. So change management became easy because we were able to clearly articulate what is in it for them, and essentially the external environment acted as a catalyst for us. So talking about the efficiencies, I mean, the immediate benefit that we could see is the matured ecosystem, which we were able to leverage and partner with few strategic players, which is helping us in driving the logistics efficiency.
Well, thanks a lot, Sachit. I really liked what you were saying, and it was like music to my ears to hear about how people are or organization like yours are deploying it. I'm sure that must be the case in all the other organizations as well, whether it is Tata Motors or whether it is Godrej or whether it is J&J Machines, of utilizing things like machine learning and artificial intelligence, building up the control towers, as you rightly said, for the supply chain and so on. But very, very, very glad to see how organizations have embraced some of these things to bring more efficiency. I have two questions here, and it's not necessarily for addressed to any one of you. It's more like an open question that I had in my mind. And this is more, I thought it's important that since I have all of you here as really highly successful and esteemed panel members, to pick your opinion on 2 points. One is to do with logistics and the other is to do with MSME. So let me continue first with the logistics theme and then I'll come to the MSME. And both are from the perspective of what we think collectively as a suggestion to the policy makers, or what we think collectively could be done as an industry, maybe if not a policy maker. Coming on the logistics and continuing with that question is given such a fragmented industry, given that it is so highly inefficient in some manners, I would say, for the lack of any other word, what do we think should be done, say, either at an industry level, or I don't know if we can have an equivalent of Uberization of trucks at some point in time. But what are the things that, and I'm just leaving it open here to all of you. Please feel free, jump in with your point. Yes, Darwan, let's start with you. I can see you are edging to say something.
No, because there is, you see, the point is today, when we talk about logistics, we seem to talk about road and rail only. And that too, we talk largely about road, and rail we use for, when it is across the country, let's say from the west to the northeast and or down to the south. So we tend to do that. So there are a couple of things that I want to put on the table. One, and this is something which there's been a white paper with the government that has been there for decades in terms of utilizing our inland water facilities and actually using a large coastline and inland. So I'm talking about multimodal transport terminals, where you can seamlessly move containerized loads from road to rail to water and back to, So that is something which I strongly feel we require, because you're right, 14% adding that kind of a cost to the total, package is way too high. Second, if you talk only about roads alone, okay, today, and Ajoy will bear me out, is that our trucks move an average of 300 kilometers a day, 400, not more than that, Ajoy. I don't know the exact number you talk about. That's right. Which is approximately 25% of what is the global standard.
Yeah.
Now, why? Because we've got such a complex system of levies, and it's just a system that is open to corruption. And something that I would urge the government to do is to have all your levies, but please collect them electronically without the vehicle having to stop anywhere. Because the moment you have a stoppage, you have that handout and something being, transferred, and somebody is happy, both are happy. One fellow is Jaan Chutti, the other guy is like, Kuch Mila. That has to stop. And that will help not only our truck business, but it will help our whole logistics. It will help our economy move. So this is something that really needs to be attended to. How can we have seamless movement of vehicles, uninterrupted movement of vehicles? You can have ways and means of catching defaulters. I'm not saying no. We've got enough and more ways of doing that. But please somehow allow the vehicles to move uninterrupted. Please look at multimodal transport terminals. And one last very sensitive question, look at getting fuel under GST so that when fuel is used for commercial purposes, the GST benefit is there and you benefit the right people. If people are using it B2C, you don't give them the benefit. It is when it is used for business and commercial purposes. So it can actually be used as a way of, again, easing the economy forward. So these are just my thoughts on what I believe is policy interventions which can make a difference to logistics.
No, very glad that you brought multiple different perspectives, whether it was to do with multimodal, whether it was to do with electronic surveillance in some form and shape, maybe use of satellite also in some cases, probably just to extend that thought. Anyone else would like to add in?
Yeah, so Rajiv, just to build on what was just spoken, and I think I fully agree and support what was said. And I think rightly mentioned, if you look at the logistic costs of a developed nation, it's about 6 to 8%, whereas in India, this is close to 13 to 14%.
Yeah.
So there is a huge scope for us to be more efficient in the logistics arena. And some of the suggestions were really, really very effective, like multimodal, transportation, and what got mentioned by Sachit earlier on the last mile. And I'll also add the first mile. And the first mile and the last mile, they remain, kind of nightmare. Although with GST, lot of reforms did come into place. We didn't have border stoppage of vehicles for paying levy and all that, and most of it has also become electronic. But still, there are impediments. The vehicles are still not able to. The big trucks are still not able to move more than 250, 300 kilometers a day. There are issues around the last mile I've spoken. There are issues around efficient loading, unloading, efficient access to ports. And our basic infrastructure. For example, government gives initiatives to go to remote locations, right? So while that incentive is given to the industry, the infrastructure around that doesn't grow. And therefore, that itself brings in a lot of inefficiencies in the system. And the brunt of it is borne by the logistics, and the logistics partner and the logistics industry. So therefore, there is a lot that can be done. And there is some national logistics policy which is under formulation. And we all look forward to it. And I think the two simple targets, as you mentioned, that what could be our possible suggestions to the policymakers. So that could be two simple suggestions. Can we go higher up in the logistics abilities in the League of Nations, at least 25, 30 notches higher than where we belong now? And can our logistic cost overall be brought down by at least, from 10 to plus 13, 14% to 8 to 10%.
Thanks, Ajay, for that. I think that if we can reduce our logistics or improve our logistics efficiency, it will do a lot good also in terms of the total import of oil. Because we don't realize, but the amount of oil that we burn because of this inefficiency and also the pollution. So I think it has multiple benefits than just monetary benefits in that sense. In the interest of time, I'm just keeping an eye out there. I'm going to move because I have another question which is related to policy and what can industry do. And this was the other burning question that we discussed was with respect to MSMEs. Now, while it is good to just talk about the big manufacturing companies and big manufacturing houses that we have in our country, but bulk of the manufacturing still is done by the MSME sector. More than 6 crore MSMEs in our country, really thrown, I would say, in some sense, below the bus or whatever when the uncertainty hit us big time. What, in the opinion of these of all of you here, you think could be steps that one could take? Because if they choke, I think the entire sector chokes, because whether big or small, all manufacturing houses, we all run on material that is flowing through the MSME sector. So what, in your opinion, could be steps that either the policymakers could take or the industry bodies could take, or each of the manufacturing organizations by themselves could take for their respective set of MSMEs?
I just want to tell that the most impacted business had been during the COVID different states were MSME. And if you see statistically, virtually say around 40% have really been wiped out. Particularly if you analyze sector-wise, this is the impact. If we see from MSME perspective, particularly the way I look at it, the government has been put forwarding a lot of opportunities and subsidies. But apparently, if you see what has really translated into real-time values, it was virtually zero. there was a lot of expectations from the government, which really did not translate to us. And we were virtually, I mean, the MSME people have been on their self-survival mode. I think government has to see how that one, the transfer, I mean, the GST can be one of the ways. I think it's virtually the subsidies, the way to survive is very important. And government has to be our suggestions is to see that the real-time MSME organizations do survive through subsidies. And these are again self-supporting. And I mean, it should be measured in some system and see that it adds value to the building process. Thank you, I think, Rajiv.
So thanks, Arobinda, for bringing those points. I think very valid. That one of the most affected, I think, and I think some steps were taken, but they were far lesser than what probably the industry needed. Looks like. Yes, Zarwan.
I'd like to sort of raise a different kind of question. If one really studies the MSME profile, one will realize that a lot of MSMEs do not want to grow. There is a reluctance to grow. And if one actually looks below that, one will realize that there are certain government policies which encourage them to remain, proliferate, open another MSME company, but not grow. Okay, now these are things that need to be looked at so that these guys can start getting scale. That is one. The second part of it is not something that the government can do, is the fact that a lot of the MSMEs are family driven.
Yeah.
And getting in a professional direction of thinking is an effort which needs to be put in, which is not something that anybody is going to learn in an institute. But this is something that, and this is the second part of the question, which we are doing with our MSME partners. And we have actually been taking them through this process. So we formed clusters of non-competing MSME partners, okay? And then we started with basic clusters where we came into basic hygiene, basic quality, giving them the thoughts on how they can help cut their costs, how they can work more smoothly. And then gradually from there, taking them up to an advanced cluster level where we started talking to them about management. You see, to an MSME, for example, success of the day is material committed has been delivered.
Yeah.
That is his definition of success in most cases. I'm sure there are ones who are away, but the very concept of planning and where he wants to be 5 years hence and how he's going to get there, these are not things that are. So we actually worked with them and we brought in more sort of management, I would say sort of structured management thinking or professional management thinking. From there, then we actually got them into the small scale business excellence mode. And then we brought in green and sustainability. So today, a lot of the MSMEs who have been working with us, we've got a couple who've been green certified. A couple of them have got that, there's a star performance rating that is for the business excellence on the CII. So we've been partnering with CII to do this. And I believe that large organizations who work with MSMEs have the opportunity to do this, to contribute again back, because MSMEs are the backbone of the economy.
No, thanks, Zarwan. And Zarwan, you very rightly said, I'll come to you, Sachit, but just to wind up, one of the things that, just to summarize what Zarwan said, is that in the country, probably there is not enough for an MSME to kind of become a larger player in some form and shape. And sometime back, I happened to get one exposure. This was with the German players. And it is interesting to see that how in Germany,
yes,
their MSME sector, which is their equivalent. I mean, every country, of course, has their backbone in MSME. But their MSME is far, far more bigger than the MSME that we talk about here in India. And despite the Second World War, I mean, after that, especially, I would say, the steps that they took to ensure that that backbone of manufacturing really grew bigger. And they ensured that there was enough for them to continue to grow. I think there is a lot that probably we should learn. Sorry, Sachit, I stopped you. You were wanting to add into the discussion.
Yes, I just wanted to echo the same sentiments that Zarwan just mentioned. So I just wanted to add two more points there. One is bringing the growth mindset to the MSMEs, right? That's extremely important because as Zarwan was mentioning, that this is essentially the mindset is whatever I have got, I just need to deliver. But I'm not thinking about the future. I'm not thinking about what I want to do, let's say in the next 2 years, what level of scale I need to achieve, right? So those kind of growth mindset, growth aspirations is something which we should not be looking at government for that, but a local ecosystem, which let's say a bigger player who is working with these, let's say, set of MSMEs, how we can coach them, how we can work with them, and that can add a lot of value in terms of their visibility, in terms of the capability building, in terms of having the right growth mindset. So those things are going to enable the growth path there. And talking about the current set of challenges, as Zarwan was mentioning, that these guys, they really understand what is in it for them. That's why they are proliferating the number of entities, and that's how they are surviving, right? But that's not the key intent here. We are still talking about how can these MSMEs be self-sustaining and how can they grow along with the parent partners and how they can do it independently. So that's something which is purely, an ecosystem play, where if we start working with them, like the real life example that I recently read and saw was Amazon working with a lot of MSME partners, right? Yeah. As part of their marketplace ecosystem. So that's a great starting point. How we encourage them, how we participate them, and how we can show the big picture view to those members. That's going to bring in a lot of change here.
Thanks, Sachit. I'm sorry, I'm going to hand it over to Amrita. She said 10 minutes. We have left her with only 6 minutes now. Maybe if she can extend. Amrita, over to you to run if there are any questions that we have for our panel members.
Yes, so we have been receiving some interesting questions from our delegates. The first question that we have received is, where are most of the vulnerabilities in supply chain? What do you find are some of the most overlooked areas where you can sort of have levers against pandemics?
Anyone who would like to answer, Sachit?
Yeah, so let me take this up. See, when it comes to pandemics, these are more like black swan events. We don't plan for these, right? We learn, we need to be agile and responsive enough to run our businesses in these kind of uncertain events. Nobody plans for a black swan event, right? That's point number one. Now, talking about vulnerabilities, it's about the kind of demand management that we do from a basic planning perspective. That's the extremely, I would say that's the extreme point which most of the organizations typically miss out. Because all of a sudden what happens is, after the pandemic, you will see a pent-up demand coming your way. And that kind of demand is such, it's like as high as 3x to 4x of your business as usual demand, right? Do you plan for it? The answer is no. But how do you orchestrate your supplies is more important, right? And there the agile planning and your network of all your service partners, all your suppliers, and your logistics partners play a major role. So I would still say planning during an uncertain period is a critical aspect, which needs to be looked at in a different way, and there has to be a different playbook. That planning playbook should not be similar to what we do in a business as usual environment.
We'll take up this last question from our delegate, and the question is, logistics automation innovate the process of traceability, delivery effectiveness, cost effectiveness, and many more advantages. In India, a lot of manufacturing operates and do logistics as a small scale operation. In which way can you bring together simple way with minimal cost for their effective operation?
Let me try kind of answering this, Rajiv.
Yes, Ajay, please.
So I think this question is very pertinent, and all of us are looking for these answers. And there are many things which are possible now. For example, if you add on a simple GPS to your truck, lot of things suddenly become visible to you. And once these are visible, you're able to act upon all the abnormalities and therefore, improve your efficiency. You will know the You'll exactly know the driving behavior. You'll exactly know the truck run time. You'll exactly know the routes that has been taken. Are there some more optimum routes? You'll know about the vehicle diagnostics. I think so. Small pieces of technology, as was discussed earlier also, and this has all been accelerated during this COVID time. There is also a brighter side to the COVID. There are many opportunities which always emerge out of this kind of crisis, and therefore, so there are a lot which is being done, and you will see that fleet management is getting far evolved, or logistics management is getting far evolved. With all these simple technology getting embedded into the vehicles, getting embedded into the transportation system. So I think there is a lot which is happening here, and as we go forward, next 3 to 4 years, you will see this industry really transform.
No, very, very, very rightly said, Ajoy. I'll just add maybe one perspective to what you said, Ajoy, is that a lot of times we get sometimes caught saying that, can I implement something which is really low cost? But I would say that rather than just looking at it, let's also look at it. What is the benefit we get out of it? Now, if through GPS as a solution, I'm able to cut down my inventory on wheels by 2 days, say, because I have a better tracking, better visibility, and so on. And then I look at what is the benefit that I'm getting out of it. Maybe my return on investment would be only 3 months or 4 months or 6 months. I think that those are the things. So if one can start looking at, okay, what is it that leads me to a benefit? And can I get my return on investment, which is less than 6 months time? I'm not even talking 1 year here. I think there are a lot of automation solutions which have return of investment less than 6 months. And I think that is what can really help. Zarvan.
Rajiv, you actually had touched upon a point earlier. I think it was your words in terms of Uberization of the logistics. Because even if there are higher investments involved, by having benefits of scale and Uberizing it, one can actually, and this is an opportunity for and that would actually help us to bring that down. So there is an opportunity for creating that kind of a platform.
Absolutely. Right. And the second point that I would like to really add is we need not, let's say, build anything from scratch. Now the ecosystem is so much matured that we can still look at buying it off, right? We need not build it, right? So we can still look at leveraging the capability that exists and what is the overall total cost of ownership and what is essentially going to give us the benefit, right? Whether it is inventory optimizations, whether it is improved lead times to the end customers, we need to really measure the benefit and then look at what kind of solution to deploy. But from a low cost solution perspective, we should not just be looking at one cost angle that's just one dimensional. There are multiple other angles, levers that we should really touch base upon.
One last point, I think, Arobinda, you had to. Arobinda,
I just wanted to tell my experiences. Like when we develop some kind of a model, we normally think of a prototype. So like what I said, this is a Arduino, which is cost around 150 rupees, 1,500 rupees to sense the vibrations of different accesses. So similarly, what happens is it can also work out, and even it can work out as a prototype. And once it works out well, we can think of either renting it out, or otherwise, like we have some model wherein Escape does our kind of a thing. And as you said, one of us, we can also eventually procure it once we find it's a sustainable model and it can work over a period of time. I think that's all from my end.
No, thank you. Thanks a lot, Arobinda. Thank you, all of you. I think it was wonderful, I would say, interacting with all of you. Really enjoyed the last one. I didn't realize it went off so very fast. Once again, thanks from my side. And thanks to all the delegates for joining us. Amrita, all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. It indeed was an insightful discussion, and I'm sure our delegates had some great learnings from this panel discussion. Thank you for being here with us at the 5th annual edition of Smart Manufacturing Summit.
Thank you.
With this, we conclude the second panel discussion, and I would like to thank our partners, presenting partner Dell Technologies, Intel, and Microsoft, engineering partners Design partner Autodesk, energy management partner Schneider Electric, HVAVC partner Blue Star. Manufacturing Today India is a leading magazine for professionals in the manufacturing.
Machine and equipment builders face challenges beyond the successful design of factory equipment. In order to beat your competition, you need to create compelling sales proposals that clearly articulate how your equipment will successfully interface with your customer's facility. Factory design utilities include AutoCAD, Autodesk Inventor, Recap and Navisworks, all enhanced with exclusive factory layout functionality so that you can design, visualize, and simulate your equipment in the context of your customer's facility. With Autodesk Factory Design Utilities, you can efficiently create your own digital assets and take advantage of the extensive cloud library to speed up the creation of your sales proposals. Any CAD in Factory Design Utilities can reference data from many alternative CAD systems so that you can include models from your suppliers in your layout regardless of their CAD format. Factory Design includes tools to simplify assembly models and remove unrequired detail as part of the asset creation process. Asset creation in Factory Design allows you to establish a landing surface for your asset, connection points for chaining assets, and parametric values to make it easy to place, size, and configure each model based on your layout requirements. Factory assets can be published and shared with anyone using Factory Design Utilities. Your assets can be published to your local server or Autodesk Vault, or published to the cloud where you have the option to share your assets with your customers in the factory community. Factory Design Utilities allows you to place your machine designs in the hands of any engineering service provider, manufacturer, or factory owner. Assets created with the Factory Design Utilities can be configured in both AutoCAD and Inventor, allowing users to use the right tool at the right point in their workflow. Your assets can also be utilized by your sales staff, allowing them to demonstrate and highlight them.
Welcome back. So we are ready for another insightful presentation by our partner, Autodesk, for which we have Mr. Sanjeev Ghosh, Senior Technical Sales Specialist, Autodesk India. Before we have Mr. Ghosh on our screens, we will have a short video.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's session. And my topic for the day is the future of manufacturing. My name is Sanjeev Ghosh, and I'm a senior technical specialist for design and manufacturing industry at Autodesk. So I'll be your host for today's webinar. So what is it that I'm going to talk about? And that is going to lead to our decisions on how the future of manufacturing will look like. I'm going to talk about 3 key trends that are reshaping the way you do business today. The nature of products themselves are changing. As the incorporation of software provides the ability to embrace smart product development and deliver products that are more intelligent and connected to the world around them. The second one is increase in demand from customers who expect products to be more precisely tailored to their needs, delivered in a shorter space of time, and providing increasing value beyond the point of sale as well. And finally, an influx of new technology, one of the technologies that I've heard of is generative design and new forms of manufacturing techniques capable of realizing far more complexity in the production process, such as industrial additive techniques leveraging metal-based printing. An example that is there on the screen right now, Autodesk and Airbus have collaborated to create the world's largest 3D printed airplane component. It's the bionic partition. This was created with custom algorithms that generated a design that mimics cellular structure and bone growth, and then produced using additive manufacturing techniques. This renders the structure stronger and more lightweight than would be possible using traditional processes. And just to talk about a few statistics, the bionic partition is 45%, almost 666 pounds lighter than the current designs. When applied to the cabins of the current fleet of A320 planes, Airbus estimates that the new design can save up to 465,000 metric tons of CO2 emissions per year, equivalent to 96,000 passenger cars off the road for 1 year. So that's really amazing, I would say. Now, as we move ahead and looking at the nature of products, let's talk about a very simple product that I'm sure a lot of us might have used. Let's take a look at the thermostat. And there is nothing wrong with this overall product, that's on the screen right now. It does two things perfectly. It turns on and off and changes your temperature from hot to cold. It's a very nice design, works great, and is reliable. But maybe it's too reliable. But it is just a piece of hardware. It can be easily copied. Customers might change very easily to a different brand, and once you sold it, you have nothing else to offer to that particular customer. With the introduction of software, manufacturers are able to develop their products that are capable of being able to adapt to their environment and the users that operate their products in ways that previously were quite unimaginable. If you own a Nest, the product that you see on the screen, you're engaged. The thermostat learns the behavior of your house and makes decisions for you. You can engage with your thermostat remotely via an app which connects you to the Internet of Things. This device also sends you reports of your energy consumption quarter to quarter and year to year, raising your awareness of the environment as well. So the bottom line is products are becoming increasingly intelligent. Software is added, and not only extensive value, but software also adds value throughout the lifetime of the product. So this software enables the vendor to provide services on top of the product, enhance it, and understand the usage. So out of usage patterns, new business models can be generated. So this is how the nature of products are changing today. But the connection of that software to a cloud platform takes its advantage further and allows manufacturers to differentiate their products by delivering a completely new level of value. Think of the increase in value that internet connectivity gave your phone with the advent of smartphones. Now imagine the level of value in every other manufacturing market, and you will see how smart product development becomes so critical as it allows manufacturers to build a network of value in a way that is highly defensible and from their competitors. And ultimately, vendors turn products into platforms to offer extended value and connectivity between formerly disconnected devices. So the platform protects the consumer, and vendors create a competitive differentiation here. So compare this to the original thermostat now. If you are happy with your innovative thermostat, the company is gambling that when you want to purchase a camera or a smoke detector, that you will stay within the platform of products that they created. This is the competitive differentiations that manufacturers really strive for. Now, how is production changing? We see three major impacts on how products are designed and manufactured. The important point is they are all happening at once. Collaboration. The nature of design will be increasingly collaborative as technology connects more and more people to more complex projects. We are going to see global virtual teams and collaboration on a scale really unheard of today. And in fact, during the pandemic, we have really started experiencing some of it already. Capital, our access to capital is changing. Crowdfunding lowers the barriers of entry and creates more opportunities for market research. With greater access to capital, it levels the playing field between small and large companies. Now, ideas and products of the future can come from individuals, companies of any size, and from any part of the world. Computing and our computing infrastructure is drastically and dramatically transforming. Access to virtually infinite computing power provides vast amounts of data anytime, anywhere through cloud, social, and mobile technology. This example is a cylinder head from a Toyota engine. Now, looking at the cross section, you can see the complex lattice structure might have been really designed. So this is a perfect example of the convergence of what we call as generative design tools used to create the lattice structure, as well as using additive manufacturing to print designs that previously were not possible due to design software limitations and without the advancements in additive manufacturing. This part cannot be sandcasted or even machined. The only way to achieve this design is to use generative design software plus additive manufacturing techniques. So the benefit of this technique is the lattice structure can be optimized. This component saves weight over traditional outdated methods, and the performance is increased as the structure works as a heat sink for thermal distribution. Finally, allowing the engine to run at a higher pressure and higher temperature and improving the fuel efficiency of the vehicle, providing better performance. Now, we are talking of a lot of things when it comes to being able to leverage technology for addressing these three trends that we talked about. But what this also means is there has to be ways in which we can bring this revolution in the hands of individuals, organizations, and without the need for really drastically making a very big investment in really adopting this technology. So we are looking of ways by which a design team, which actually plays a very integral role, but the true leaders will actually leverage new technology to create a differentiation of products. So what we're talking about here is a way in which the designers, the designers are the same, their minds are the same, but what if we provide them with tools like artificial intelligence and tapping into the unlimited cloud computing power of design teams that can employ this strategy are in a position to become true market leaders. So being able to leverage technology that is accessible, that is deployable at mass, and does not need a huge amount of investment is what we are talking about. And what this really means is by having the computer create hundreds or thousands of design options. And I'm talking of one person creating hundreds or thousands of design options. And imagine what this same person, if he were doing this on a conventional or the regular methods that he has been doing or using all these years, if he were to create hundreds or thousands of design options, first is he would not even attempt to do it because he knows or she knows that the possibility of the amount of time it would take is humongous, and the iterations required to even create so many alternatives, it's not always possible to do it parallelly. It's most of the times it's exploring an option, looking at its feasibility, going on to the next option, and so on. So it's usually a sequential process. And when done on a conventional desktop that we are all having access to today, this would really take a lot of time. So, this is what really drives us away from even trying something new. So what if you could do this? You can now make your business decisions not only on aesthetics, but truly finding the best designs available to you. So this is what we are talking about. What generative design can do for you by leveraging the power of the cloud, by the power of cloud-based computing that has artificial intelligence and machine learning embedded and helping you take your decisions to create your designs. So what is fueling the change in the product we buy? So digital and physical, we are seeing a greater integration of the digital and the physical now. So digital systems are becoming deeply integrated in physical things and are creating complex interrelationships among physical objects. Sensors. So pervasive internet connectivity. So we all have now great internet connectivity, and there's no place, perhaps at least in the country, that we can say is not connected by internet. So this pervasive internet connectivity, the power of the cloud, and the inexpensive sensors mean that our places, things, and media will be connected, intelligent, and dynamic. Sensors monitor their behavior, they collect and disseminate data about their use, and they can respond to their context, other things, and us. And then there's the feedback loop. So internet connected things can gather and stream data about how they are being used to offer valuable insights and respond to the needs of the end customer. They also have the potential to create new insights for those who design and make them, helping us better understand, use, and improve them over time. And there are the other systems that work along with your product. So, and because of this connectivity, designs will be optimized not only for how they function, but how they are built and interconnect with the other systems. Let's take a look at the a few products. This is what you and I as consumers spend our money on. And I think it is safe to say we want to invest our money in the latest and the greatest technology. I meet a lot of people who tell me that their product cannot be smart or have an app or work with the Internet of Things. So let me share with you some simple examples of how the intelligence of products are changing. So on the top left, we see a robot. Robots are not new, but the behavior of robots are beginning to change and evolve. Humans are good at sensing and problem solving, while robots are good at strength and repetitive actions. So with enough software expertise, robots can actually learn to finesse too. On the bottom left, we see an overflowing garbage can. It is ugly and unsanitary, actually. Big Belly, this company called Big Belly, they make trash cans. So Big Belly trash cans is an example of a company that is taking waste management to the next level in the creation of smart cities. The trash cans are solar powered, operate for a week on energy it takes to make a pot of coffee, as low as that. So they are powered, they need energy, but they are solar powered, so they really can operate for as long as a week by using only as much energy that needs to make a pot of coffee. They hold about 5 times the volume of ordinary trash receptacles, requiring only the 1/5 trash pickup trucks and send alerts when they are full. The last example is about hydration. We hear all the time that the need to increase our water intake for various health benefits. So today, this product called Thermos has a smart water bottle that notifies you about when you need to essentially drink water and so on. So there are many ways in which automation and connected products can benefit from the use of internet and being connected to each other. So today we live and buy in mass-produced world, but we see the future moving more towards mass personalization. So here's an example of an earbud which can be related to. So every earbud, specifically if it's a hearing aid, needs to be customized and personalized. But does that mean that this does not apply to other products? Not really. We can safely say that now more and more organizations or customers are demanding products that are more personalized to their specific need, and this applies to industrial machinery as well. So some work, some don't, and some don't fit right. So this company is looking to cater to a different customer by having them take a picture of their ear with their smartphone and then get custom earbuds. Their demand is changing. Another example is Tesla. If you, I'm sure most of us own a car. You buy it, and as soon as you drive it off, the lot of the car depreciates. Tesla is changing the way customers use their products and the way their customers expect their cars to get better over time. So you can park your car, and after a software update is performed, you can find either new features or your existing features get better. You can imagine parking your car in the garage at night, and in the morning, your car has improved performance or the ability to drive farther with increased range. So we as customers and owners are going to expect our investments to appreciate and get better over time. So these were the three trends that I wanted to talk about today. But where does this lead to, and what is it that we are expecting to do in future? So we are going to talk about this briefly, and perhaps the session that the panel discussion that is to follow there you will hear the esteemed panelists articulate about the aspect of digitization. But why do you really need to digitize and transform your product development process so that you can become a full service solutions provider? You should be able to extend and customize your offerings around the business goals of your customers, meet or exceed the requirements of every project, and help customers achieve better result, optimize manufacturing productivity without compromising quality, and reduce downtime, and which essentially what it does is it improves lead times, maximize your resources, and deliver high quality products and on time, and definitely making better products and complex products. It's not easy, but what we want to do is equip your team with the latest advancements in design and manufacturing technology to save time, reduce costs, and get better products to market. That is what we all want to do. And why we are essentially doing is, of course, the three trends that I talked about are, necessitating the move towards digitization, but also things like the customers who are no longer looking for mass produced products, as I talked about earlier. They want complete solutions customized to their specific production objectives. Manufacturers can use automation to configure products faster while keeping the costs of automation and customization down. Also, one of the important things about product development is that it includes a lot of stakeholders who need to be able to collaborate earlier and more often. So digitization can bring together all the data, people, and processes involved without putting intellectual property or time to market at risk. Your customers are also looking to you for complete production solutions to understand their business and deliver on their vision. Manufacturers like yourselves will need to free up capacity to customize products, create more innovative solutions, extend service offerings, and connect to their digital ecosystems. So these are some of the things that digitization definitely can help you achieve. But there's one more aspect that I wanted to talk about, and there's also a customer example who has really been able to benefit with this particular aspect. Here is the new materials and production methods. So new materials and production methods are creating more possibilities for manufacturers. At the same time, the pace of manufacturing is also getting faster. So advanced manufacturing technology can help you be agile and innovative in this quickly changing environment. So with this, I come to the next part, which is a small customer story. Now, this is quite an interesting customer, I would say. It's a 100-year-old company, and in India, we definitely have a lot of companies that have been there and that are really spearheading the development revolution in India, or industrialization revolution in India. This is a company, but it's not from India. It's a company that is 100 years old. It specializes in industrial equipment like a clinker cooler for cement. And the clinker cooler is a very, very heavy cast part. So this company, Claudius Peters, input the design requirements and constraints into a solution known as generative design. With only hours of training, Claudius Peters designers were able to produce a design that was significantly lighter, used much less material than the standard design. Not only was material weight and use reduced, the performance of the clinker cooler was actually improved. The selected design was then taken into the CAD system where the manufacturing operations were defined and the part produced using a traditional cutting, machining, and welding process. So I'm really talking about a part that really weighs a couple of 1,000 tons, and definitely cannot be manufactured with additive manufacturing. So we are looking at a very, very old company which has been in existence, which has been pioneering manufacturing of cement manufacturing equipment such as the clinker cooler for decades now, and they specialize in what they do, but they still found an advantage and basically to leverage this technology. So what we want to do is, with this, I want the opportunity to be able to connect to you at some point in time to really be able to help you define a digital strategy. And with this, it brings to the end of my presentation, handing it back over to the team. Thank you so much.
Customers from across India and the world have been leaning on us for over 75 years. Blue Star, built on trust.
We now have an interesting panel discussion on design and manufacturing convergence to create smarter products. We have on board with us Sameer Jindal, Director Engineering, MG Motor India, Shantanu Satpathy, Head Engineering, JK Tires and Industries, Shardul Shirsagar, MD and CEO, Pollard Westrop, Mukesh Lalchandani, General Manager, Atlas Copco India, KV Veerapandian, Head Technical Sales, Autodesk India and SAC. This panel discussion will be moderated by Rajesh Nath, MD, German Engineering Federation, India Office. Over to you, Mr. Nath.
Right. Thank you, Amrita. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all the viewers and to the panelists also. Friends, to digital transformation begins with the convergence between design and manufacturing, putting data at the center to connect the organizations and ultimately unlocking the power of automation. It all adds to increased production and business growth. So a hearty welcome to all our esteemed panelists for this panel discussion on design and manufacturing convergence to create smarter products on occasion of the Manufacturing Today Smart Manufacturing Summit 2021. So friends, with that, we would like to start with the panel discussion. And my first question would be addressed to Shardul. Shardul, we are talking about smart products. I would like to have your views, Shardul. What are smart products? And briefly, what are the steps involved in building smart products?
As I see, from my perspective, the smart product is a product which basically is flexible enough to first, it should adapt to the customer requirements. There should be adaptability the product should have. And the second is which can be connected to other systems, whether the systems within the customer organizations or with the manufacturer, with the intelligent networks, whether communication network or any other type of network. So when a product has both these things, so that then it becomes a smart product. That is a very fundamental definition I would like to put across, which is easy to understand from anybody. Now, any product development, whether it is smart or it is not smart, I think the fundamental steps, I believe, remains same. And naturally starts first with the customer inputs. Okay, what customer is looking for, capturing the customer need, and what is that exactly you are going to solve the customer problem or give a benefit to him. So first step is the input step, where you get the inputs from customers. Then definitely the team, cross-functional team in the organization, from a front end and a back end, they need to sit together and make a design development plan. So design development plan is important. And then the third stage which comes is FMEA analysis, which is usually required so that you can prioritize the risk which are involved in the product development and product design. So that's the third step. Fourth step, I believe, is always a design review, okay, where you can use various tools like finite element analysis tool, or various other softwares are available depending on what you are looking at development. You use various tools and do the design review so that you see that what product you are planning to develop, because the next stage is a verification stage. Okay, so various reviews and verification when you do, you can make a prototype. In the manufacturing industry, usually you first make a R&D prototype, which is very important, where actually you can validate what you were aspiring to achieve for the customer in your own internal organization. Have a data collection so that you know what parameters you are able to deliver. And then the final stage becomes a validation stage, where actually you can go for a beta trial at the customer's place, where you have a good relationship with the customer and with the transparency. There is a new product getting developed. These are the various deliverables. This is what it will solve problem to you, and you partner with the customer so that you have a validation at site, and then you can go for a launch. So classically, this 7-step methodology, what we follow usually, and I see many companies are following. They may call it differently, but the steps of these 7 steps basically are very vital so that you have a good product launch.
Thank you, Shardul. I think that was a good start to the discussion, and especially you highlighted also the steps involved. So taking that further, friends, when we speak, in fact, the next question I would like to address to Samir, Shantanu, Mukesh. When we speak of convergence in manufacturing, we are referring to convergence of engineering, design, and manufacturing disciplines. This would also imply that different teams and disciplines coming together for the product development, as was also mentioned earlier by Shardul. Now, since we have our panelists who are from various industrial verticals or sectors, I would request the panelists to give an example either from their organization or from their industry on how this can be done smoothly. And let me start. I see Samir is presently, looks to be his camera is off. But maybe I will request Shantanu, if you could start from the perspective of the tire industry, and then I would request Mukesh from the engineering industry and Samir from the automotive industry. Yes, Shantanu, would you like to start? Yes.
Thank you. Good evening to all. See, talking about tire as a product, it may look very simple, black and round, but it is not that so. It is a highly engineered product and the manufacturing process that it undergoes is also highly automated and thoroughly controlled. This is because we are dealing with the safety of people, their comfort, fuel efficiency of the vehicle, and the noise levels. So it is no more a commodity as such, and in tune with the transformation of the technology, tire industry also moving into that direction, and we are now dealing with real-time tire performance measurements, the safety compliance, and the driving behaviors. So all these are keeping a lot of improvements coming into tire industry now, and see now with the introduction of e-vehicles that is coming into the automobile sector now. So the tire has gone through a thorough revamp. The design has changed because now when we are talking about the e-vehicle, only the noise that we can hear is from the tire. So it has called for a complete redesigning, revalidation of our all inputs that has gone into manufacturing, so that our noise levels are under control. Hence, it is evolving with technology, and this is not simple. For that to happen, our product design, the customer input that is coming through our field technology teams, and the manufacturing, because we can have a very good design, but then if it is not manufactured efficiently and to the requirement, then there is no use to that. So obviously the technology is coming to a very vital role into that. The digitalization journey that is we are going through, the whole industry is going through now, the IoT, PLM, all these, and different business concepts also coming into this industry now, so that we are in tune to the need of the hour and evolving with the technology. I think that's all from me for this question.
Yeah, thank you, Shantanu. Samir, did you get the question before, or should I just repeat the question?
Yeah, I got what you said.
Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. So I will just put some points on this. So as Shudal mentioned, so this is overall coordination of many factors in the tire, and I am into automotive industry, making vehicles, and I have been doing this for last 26 years, and earlier in General Motors, and now in MG Motor, and long back in Daewoo Motors. So this whole thing works with the coordination of different departments. And we have seen the time when a lot of things were done manually. Now it is getting automated, and more we are converging to bring us smarter products. And now we are into an era where we launched first internet car in India, which is having a chip inside, making the first internet feature inside the head unit, and a lot of digitization we did inside our working as well, cross-functionally, and removing a lot of paperwork and bringing it more smarter way of doing it. And also we started doing a lot of virtual validation. With the virtual validation, as initially also in the steps, there were like told to be have R&D prototypes and FEA work and a lot of other things. So we slowly started eliminating the costly prototype development, and we moved into more and more of the virtual validation and this data collection of in the vehicles. As well as it's not only in engineering area, we also worked in different manufacturing area, as Mr. Nath rightly pointed out. So a lot of warehouse systems, we improved the FIFO, the tracking of the parts, and level of the stocks, all automated and scanned through barcodes and other things. AGVs we put all across the plant, which is automated guided vehicles. And this uses the smart algorithm and utilize the radio frequency identification tags, RFID, for transporting the goods inside the factory environment without the human intervention. Also, this helps us making a flexible logistics system and arranging the routes according to the production flow. Also in rapid prototyping, we use the 3D printing for rapidly making the prototypes and validating our FEA and other results. So overall, we did a lot of integration in the different areas. As you said, automotive is built only by the cross-functional teams and integration of all, including production, supply chain, even our after sales and all the plant and purchase, manufacturing. So all these we work together in a PDT or product development teams, and we launch a successful product right on time with quality and with cost. So cost also we are doing more and more localization in India to bring the cost down from the our existing KD or CKD products. I believe, Mr. Nath, I put across.
Yes, sir. That was good, comprehensive. So coming to you, Mukesh, we heard the perspective from the automotive industry, from the tire industry. Now let's come to you, Mukesh, from the engineering industry. Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. And I can also say engineering industry or manufacturing industry for industrial products, it's not different than what we see the examples from automotive. And also, I would like to mention here what Shardul was mentioning in the very beginning, that we need to have the idea about what is the customer need, because anything, even if we talk about smart products, it has to start from there. So, as also Mr. Samir mentioned, that it has to be the full organization. It cannot only be with the engineering or with the manufacturing. It has to have end-to-end meet. So what within Atlas Copco, what we are doing is also on the smart product factory. So the first thing is we need to make our products smarter. That means we need to create the right framework. And to create the right framework, we have adopted digital twin as a concept to understand if this can really lead the right insights. Because ultimately what happens, your smart product have to have kind of end objective. And these end objectives could mean into energy efficiency, or having high reliability and high uptime, or having the right optimized cost. So all these aspects, when we take into the business objective and drive through the framework, it can give the right output. And there the feedback mechanism from the production, from the design, from the field is very important as an important part, as an input to the next phase. In that particular sense, we have also realized we need to improve our manufacturing operations, and we have installed AGVs, 5G network, making assemblies through robots to have the more consistency and reliability in the manufacturing, then comparing it with our products in performance in the virtual world. So what happens, the sensitivity of tolerances, what happens on the sensitivity of the different metal or different temperatures. So these kind of things, when you analyze with the help of digital twin, you can really optimize your product and have the better energy efficient products, better reliable products and uptime. So yeah, there are a lot of things we are doing in terms of making inputs from the service, from the inputs from the production, and ensuring that the product, which end product goes to the field, goes with the right information, and also collects the right information from the field, which feeds back into our design process.
Thank you. That was well explained, Mukesh. So coming to you, Veera, we heard now the perspective from the industry, smart products, and then convergence of design and manufacturing for smart products. Now, Veera, why is this become so relevant in the present scenario?
Thank you, Mr. Nath. It's a great question, and good afternoon, everyone. Well, in lean manufacturing, we have a metaphor about lowering the water level to expose the rocks and obstacles that prevents us from achieving the goals, right? Now, COVID-19 has certainly lowered the water level, and the rocks it has exposed are departmental silos, difficulties with remote working, and a very fragile supply chain, right? Now, with the disruptions caused by the pandemic, companies are no longer asking the usual questions like ways to be more productive, ways to be more profitable, ways to beat the competition, right? What we have been forced to ask is, what do we need to stay in business? So that's a question all of us are asked. Now, one thing for sure, the global pandemic has catalyzed or accelerated, I would say, the need for digital transformation. Okay, so digital transformation has been the hot topic, and it's not that digital transformation all of a sudden sprung up now. It was discussed earlier as well, but what the pandemic did was just to accelerate that discussion. Okay? So when I say transformation of not just of technology, but the way we work and the way we think, which is important. Okay. So if we are on the road to digital transformation, it begins with the convergence of design and manufacturing disciplines. Like Mr. Matthew rightly said, it puts data in the center, which connects the whole organization, right? So if you are looking to achieve better outcomes, turn the challenges of today into tomorrow's opportunities, and ensure our business stays competitive, the convergence of design and manufacturing is more relevant now than ever before.
Very well summed up, and I think that sums up our first round also very well. Veera, thanks for that. And going further now, Mukesh, I would like to come to you. We spoke about smart products. We are talking about convergence of design and manufacturing to create smart products. Why do we need smart products, Mukesh, and what would be the impact on environment and ecology through these smart products?
Very good question. I can relate this with when we actually have to really compete in the market. We compete with the optimization. We try to compare our performance of our products with the new generation products, but at the same time we have some responsibility towards planet, and also towards ensuring the resources we are using is in a very careful manner we are using. Now, today, I think every one of us is challenged with the energy consumption and energy from fossil fuel for CO2. So if I have kind of a formula where I know which of my data is very much responsible for creating the right product with the energy efficiency, then it would not only save a problem for me to be competitive in the market, but also for my customers to ensure that there is a high energy efficiency available, and then drive the right CO2 footprint. Now, for an example, what we were doing is earlier we had one of the oil-free air compressor with VSD system. Now, this traditional VSD was already giving benefit of energy efficiency. But then when we compare the data on what is the operating parameter on a larger scale and what kind of impact it can have into my research and development, trying to understand from the data, applying the artificial intelligence and seeing that, okay, if this happens to my element or my output, probably if I can design some new VSD motor or change the innovation with help of these data, I can improvise my performance. And we actually could improve our new generation VSD Plus could improve 11% more energy efficiency compared to the traditional one. Now, if we compare just a mere example of this, if I use the same technology wherever it is applied all over the world, we did a rough calculation. It could save 9.2 million metric ton of CO2. So that's kind of the challenge we can solve for environment. Moreover, for even we talk about automotive industry or we talk about equipment manufacturing, our energy consumption for manufacturing that is 0.1% or at the most 1 or 2%. But the higher utilization is when they are on the road. So if we can help our customers to save that energy, it will really help problem at the ecology side to improve, and we can reduce the carbon footprint, and we can move towards the nation's requirement towards complying the UN goals.
Right. And we also have greener products than...
Exactly.
Veera, through all this discussion, also you mentioned data being at the center. Now, what we are seeing is creating common data experience also creates certain bit of transparency at global level. Now, how can this help the organization in maybe coordinating better, improving their performance? How would that ultimately work out for the organizations?
Yeah, isn't that the most important topic nowadays, Mr. Martin? Okay. Now, as we discussed, digital transformation starts by bringing design and manufacturing together on a single platform, right? But data is the digital thread that ties it all together and drives this convergence. So what it offers is a connected experience as you move through different disciplines like CAD, CAM, CAE, and so on and so forth. So what I'm saying essentially is a common data experience, or I would say a common data environment, essentially connects people, processes, and the entire supply chains, and including your customers. So this common data experience or the environment, it gives you a complete view of your products and processes. Okay, it creates transparency at a global scale, as you mentioned. Okay, so you have a very clear line of sight, right from the top floor to the shop floor. Right? So, and what data also offers actionable insights, and it accelerates innovation across your entire organization. Now, having said that, in this new normal of remote working, the cloud has become a very critical component for keeping your global teams connected, right, and your business operational. So now you have access. We all have access to common data environment on a complete manufacturing cloud platform. Okay? So a common data environment, if I might say, ensures that everyone has the most relevant data in the right context at the right time to make good decisions. Okay, good decisions. So fast and accurate decisions fast and accurate decision making enables faster production time and lower costs. So that's what I would say about having a common data experience today.
Right, right. Thank you. And
I would like to add this cloud computing these days is becoming a very big thing in terms of big data and a very powerful role for all the future innovative design and manufacturing bringing together. Also on the CO2 footprint, I would like to add that like in electric vehicles, we are now actually calculating how much CO2 we save against an IC engine, and that we display on the screen, and we let people know that by driving an electric vehicle, you are actually saving so many trees, or so many, you are contributing so much to the environment. So all this has become very relevant now, and all this is converging to Industry 4.0 and future.
Absolutely. In fact, that was my next question also, Samir, to you and to Shadul also. Is we are talking about data, we are talking about a huge amount of data, we are talking about real-time data. In fact, Industry 4.0 give you real-time data. So as digital transformation accelerates, we become more and more connected. So when we are talking about this humongous amount of data, there is also a certain risk in trying to how this data may not be misused. So there's a risk of these cybersecurity risks. Now, for example, Samir, what are in your company, what are the policies to ensure that the security of the system and also prevention of hacking or any other cyber security risks?
Yeah, see, this is very important aspect of the data, what you said. And right from the beginning, since I have started this company altogether with MD for 4 years back now. And from that time, we were working on the internet car and the data security things. And we did a lot of research, and also we then involved a lot of cyber security companies and the level of security of this data. Along with that, there is also our liability to the customer with whom we are dealing, because we are dealing with their personal data, and that should not get divulged into the public. So with that, we also do a letter of understanding at time of selling the vehicle, that this data will go in our server, and this data we will not divulge to any agency or any government, anybody in the country for that matter. So all these things has to be handled very carefully. And as this data will keep on increasing and more cars will come on the road with this, and the servers will have more and more data, and we can be able to analyze it in a future, better way, in more productive way, that how many total number of cars are let's say running at what speed, or what is an average CO2 coming out. All these things we can compute and give as a group data to the industry, and making industrial products and coming future products in a better way. So this is all very beneficial. At the same time, what you said, like hackers are already there in the market, and we saw some movies also, Hollywood, where the vehicles are getting hacked. So that is always there, because hacking also goes to a very high level, breaching all these cyber security things. So all this thing also we'll have to take care internationally, and with all the norms of the government.
Thank you, Sunil. Shadul, we'll also like to hear from you. What are your organization? What are the policies, and how you are able to protect the data?
Yeah, in our case, basically, we have our machines which are basically connected virtually. So we prefer machine to speak to us, so that you really get to know the performance of a machine and various alerts, various preventive maintenance practices and various value additions you can give it to your customer. So there are two aspects we look at it from an organization point of view. One is from a customer perspective, it is privacy of his own data. Okay, because you are the custodian of his data. It is allowing you to take the data to add value for his operations. And we have a moral and legal obligation to maintain the privacy. So that is one side of the coin. The other side is, while running our own organization, naturally data is the fulcrum on which the transparency is built. And I personally believe that efficiency can be hugely improved if you avoid information asymmetry. The biggest challenge in any organization in terms of efficiency is simply same information is not being available at the same time to various functions. Otherwise, our efficiency can improve. So we are working on that side within the organization. And naturally, that is where the data protection, access, and the other factors play the important role. And that is where the IT function, cyber security function, comes into the picture. So if I divide, basically it's a software and hardware to simplify. Now for software purposes, like we have maybe ERP or CRM running in the company, or Google Suite, or various platforms are used by various companies. So basically, like SSL certification is one of the method of protecting your domain or firewall and other things. That one need to be very particular about it. Another is with respect to your data storage. It can be on premise or a cloud. I think a cloud is the future, and even most of us are now on cloud, and that gives you a lot of inbuilt protection, because they provide you the complete package. The security is a part of. Suppose you go to Google or anybody, it's inbuilt. They take the care of your data protection and privacy. So there are various encryption techniques also we have to use, because when the data is flowing through the telecom network, you need to encrypt it from end to end. So those tools and techniques are also applied, and with the basics of login ID, password, and other things which many of the companies and we do it. So I think this is how the overall data we try to protect it, and the more obligation is towards, I believe, is more to the customer nowadays, because it's a privacy issue now. It is no more your own data. It is your customers' data in this Industry 4.0 revolution. You are playing with the data for the customer, and you have a real obligation to ensure that the privacy.
Absolutely. Before we go to the next question, Veera, I would just like to ask you any comments or suggestions from your side to the inputs given by Samir and Atul. Would you like to add something to that, Veera?
Yeah. So cloud, I believe cloud seems to be so cloud discussions. We have seen a rapid acceleration in cloud. The people who were averse to cloud earlier, okay, have now realized that cloud is the way, because in these tough times, decision making has to be very clear and very thought out, right? We don't have the luxury anymore to spend money on each and everything or to each and every vendor that comes our way. So we need to optimize investment, and cloud seems to be cloud is the answer to that. So I think the cloud offers today not only common data environment, but the cloud also offers a design and manufacturing platform itself, right? So it greatly saves infrastructure investment in infrastructure for companies, because otherwise we know traditional tools today require very high-end machines. So the investment is not just on the technology, but all the infrastructure around it as well. So I totally agree with what Samir and Shab will say.
Thank you, Veera. Shantanu, coming to you now, the tire industry, Shantanu. So there must be a lot of inputs coming from the customers, suggestions coming from the customers. So what I wanted to ask you, how can you integrate these customer inputs if you're in the various stages of development, design and development, and ultimate goal is to lead to production? So how can these all be synchronized well, these suggestions at various stages of development, and that leading to the manufacturing of the ultimate product?
Yeah, Mr. Nath, this is a very interesting question. This tire as a product is meant for the end customer to use. So we have two different distinguished type of customers. One is that the tires that we design as per the specification from the OEM, like automobile industries, or it could be directly given to the replacement market to the end users. So we have our own channels of collecting information. Like suppose we are designing for a new vehicle that is going to be launched or a running vehicle, we definitely have a collaboration with the auto industries. For example, like our panelist from MG, like when there is a product to be developed for one of their vehicles, then we sit down with them and then try to understand what application for that vehicle is, how like what are the conditions that is going to be maintained to before we design the tire. Then once we get the inputs, then our design team go into in depth and then take these inputs to optimize the tire design, and then it rolls out to the manufacturing process. So that we see that in every process it is like we have a very automated plants across India. So we see that all the end to meet the end performance of the tire, the process are optimized, maintained, and monitored. And so this is one part of it. And coming to the end customers, when we talk about, we have our own channels of taking their inputs. Like we have got various apps that running onto mobile, Android, all those phones, and then we call it JK Connect, JK Advantage, JK Tire Insure. So the customer can pick up one of these apps and give their inputs. So that comes to our central server. And also we have a channel of information coming through our dealers, and we have many tire service centers all across India and abroad. So we get inputs from there, what is the difficulty they are facing, or if something they want to improve upon for a particular tire design or the application, so to say. So these are all channelized through our central ERP, come to our design center as an input while they are looking into a new tire design. Then that is rolled out to the layout of the tire that we are going to launch, and then we do the corrections. So while
Mr. Nath, I'll just come in 5 minutes. There's some urgent matter. I'll just come back.
Fine.
Yeah. Once the design is done, then it is rolls out to our manufacturing plants, and then we see that while we are is all parameters are monitored, controlled, and after the tire is done, then we have a lot of in-house tests that's being done onto that tire, so to ensure that all the results are in line with the design parameters. And then taking into this close, like we have various improvements or technology innovations that is coming into the tire as a product also. Now we have launched a tire called Smart Tire. So when we call it as a smart tire, we are like we have a product, our own product that is we call it Trill, is a TPMS product that we supply with the tire, or even for a tire that is in use, we can inbuild that. So we get real-time information about the tire, the pressure, the temperature of the tire, and through GPS technology we can monitor also, like where all the it is being driven, and what the behavior of the tire at different conditions that we used to get it. And this has give us a new business opportunity to start with. We call it pay by miles. So it is basically meant for our fleet operations in India. Like we supply the tires to the application, and then as they use, they pay. So we call it is a different business model altogether. It is on testing and trials now, and we are getting very encouraging results from our customers and market. So all this has happened because JK Tire as a company, we deal customer the first. So their opinion, their views matters a lot to us, and even that give us enough opportunity to improve our product, to adapt to new technology. Because JK Tire, as you say, like it is a pioneer in adopting new technologies in Indian tire industry. So we take pride in that, and then we continuously improve upon it and see that we are giving a very great product to the market, to the customers, because it is safety of their individuals. That is our concern.
Right. No, Shantanu, it's very important. Keep on with the technological development, because our safety lies on the tires, and
yeah, of course, yes,
on the wheels. So unless the tires are safe and stable, we will not have the safety aspect. So continue the good work, Shantanu. Mukesh, you come from the R&D domain. So I had a question, Mukesh. There is a general misconception that artificial intelligence is going to replace people. However, when we look at R&D, research and development, Mukesh, now humans are still the heart of the design process. So how can artificial intelligence and humans, can there be a collaborative effort which can be a win-win situation both ways, technology-wise and people-wise?
Sure. Yeah. It was a misconception when digitalization came in. That and even it is today that industry 4.0 is coming and then we will lose the jobs. Yeah, of course, this is really a misconception, because if you see in reality, artificial intelligence is doing the job which were never done in earlier time. So who was going through this huge voluminous data and creating the right insights? So it is something which was not done in the past. Rather, I would say because of artificial intelligence, there will be a lot of jobs created, because everybody has to compete. And when we have to compete with each other in the sense that we have to create the more environment friendly, more eco-friendly products, energy efficient products, we need to do a lot of analysis. And for that analysis, if we see, probably when digitalization comes into picture, or it has already come into picture, we have to reskill or upskill our talent pool, our human potential, because then only we can take full use of this. Even today, if we talk about mechanical engineers, I'm sure they cannot work only in isolation, that I can only work in the mechanical side. They have to see, okay, how my sensors are going to get installed and what the purpose of this sensor is, whether this is going to give me the right insight to meet my customers' demand, whether I'll be able to get the data which I need to understand or analyze my performance. So artificial intelligence is one of the way to get these kind of insights. But for people to work in the R&D industry, I think it's kind of reskilling or upskilling, which is very essential. That has to be part of the game. And yeah, when we move into the newer era, the new competences will evolve, and people have to unlearn something in past and learn something new. While I'm saying this, of course, there are a few percentage, very small percentage. There are a lot of monotonous jobs which were being done by every human. That has to improve, and there the solutions like robotic process automation, that is coming into place, and this actually helps improve the delivery or time to market for all the organization. So this is where the new skills have to be learned and new competence have to be built on.
Absolutely, very well said, Mukesh. And taking this point forward, I would like to come to our panelists from the manufacturing side also, Shardul, Shantanu, and Samir. Now, what Mukesh said was also earlier, keeping people at the center. So when we're talking about digital transformation, it's not only a technology journey, but it also depends on the transformation of people. So skilling, reskilling as new technologies develop, older technologies evolve, on a continuous basis, how can companies undertake that? Maybe we'll start with you, Shardul, and then I'll move to Shantanu and Samir also.
Yeah, I think this is real challenge which most of the industries are facing today. I still believe we are industrial revolution 3 as a major part of our journey as far as India is concerned. We are just trying to get into fourth revolution. Now, this is a transformation or any change which you handle in an organization. I think similar analogy applies here. This is a change which company need to go through it. And I strongly believe the change always first has to start from the top, from the senior management, top management. So I think it's a change management practice which one has to adopt. And I have a simple method or a suggestion to make here, that I always believe it can happen with 3 H. You need to apply your head, heart, and hand. Okay, in any change management. Now, to start with head on top is basically you need to set up objective or a vision of why you want to go for digitization, or what is the real objective and purpose behind it. And that vision has to be set very clearly, and consistent communication is required here. Okay, and it has to be done by keeping customer at the center always. Okay, digitization should not become a fad in an organization. Okay, that's very important. So that's a part of your head, that a strategy you call it, or a vision setting, and also it starts from the senior people, senior top management people. So that is the first H part. H is the heart, head. Then comes the heart. That heart is all about passion. Okay, you need to build a passion around this initiative. It cannot be one of a development or one of the department doing it and all. The whole company has to be passionate about digitizing the process, digitizing the product, and making it smart, whether they are processes, systems, or product. And that is where your HR practices and a leadership team and a functional leader, they need to create a passion around it, and the whole company should be passionate. So you should not only apply your head, but you should apply your heart. And having said that, ultimately you need a hand to do it. Otherwise it remains on a PowerPoint presentation. So that hand means competency. Okay, hand means skill set. Okay, and maybe some organization or some areas of an organization may not have that skill sets or may not have that competencies. So there are two ways, very simplistically. One is you try and train and train and train your existing people and upgrade their skills, which is very much possible to do. Or beyond that, you have to have some lateral entry of some new skill sets which you don't have in your organization. So you bring in those skill sets from outside, either through recruitments or you can have a partnership. See, I always believe this 4.0 is going to be a more of a partnership, multiple partnership. That is how it will be more economical and also scalable model. So you can always bring in the different partners to fill those gaps in your own organization, so that you have ultimately execution and those hands and legs available in the organization, also in the customer's place or in your field staff who are able to implement that. So I think if you apply this head, heart and hand philosophy, I'm sure this journey can be achieved.
Very good, Atul. I think a very interesting philosophy with the 3 H's. I think first time I've heard these 3. Samir, let's come to you now.
Yeah.
How can companies, let's take that further, how can companies prepare the workforce for the future? Samir?
I am really impressed what Shardul told, because we are facing this right from last 4 years, and this is actually a reality, that the new technologies, like what we are talking about, digitization, we are talking about internet cars, we are talking about electric vehicles, and we have no skilled engineers or workforce in these areas actually. And then we were so actually finding people, and people we don't get them. We start training the PGETs and GETs and train them and make them, aware about these technologies, new technologies, and they also get fascinated. And these young minds are so agile that they pick up all these things very fast, and mobile and apps and working on robots in the cars and all those things. They are very fascinated and picking up very well. So this is very important thing. We have to train and we have to build up a pipeline of these engineers for the future and the new technologies, because across India, there actually, if you read in Economic Times, there is a dearth of electric vehicle engineers at one point of time in the industry. We don't get them at all. And so we started getting those engineers, and even from different streams, and sending them to China to get them trained, because China is 20 years ahead of India in the electric vehicles. And then right now they are leading the programs, and we have launched already JEDS EV, which is our electric car, along with the internet. So the complexity you can imagine. And now we have launched the Gloucester with the ADAS. So this ADAS technology is first time in India, and we are now launching more advanced level of ADAS in the next vehicle in August. So we are technology-driven companies, but the human power or the manpower, skilled manpower, is very, very difficult to get, and we have to train them more, and bring them to that skill level. So this is a very important point.
Right. Thank you, Samir. And going further to Shantanu. Shantanu, what would you say on that?
Very good to perspectives put by Mr. Sardul and Mr. Samir. Really, it is. I second to their opinions, views. See, going forward, the people are the core for any change to adopt in any manufacturing setup. So, with new technologies coming in, they have to be trained, retrained, and adopt new skills, and then get geared up for the challenges that is there. Yes, it is a huge task to complete, and it is a continuous process. We cannot say we have trained our team and we are done. It's not that so easy, and we have to like continuously enhance their skill sets, guide them, because the young force, with the available young force at India now, what I feel is like it is very easy to do at this moment of time than it used to be earlier, because the as our speakers have already mentioned that the people are like more computer savvy or mobile savvy. They know how to adapt to the new technology. In JK Tire, that what we do is like our entry level engineers or the operatives, that we take it from different engineering schools, and they're trained onto the new technologies right from their curriculum. We support to the nearby schools to see that when they come out from the schools, they are equipped with the new technology, the industry 4.0 or the IoT requirements of the industry. They have got the basics onto that. But once they come in, then we have an intensive curriculum to train them onto various aspects of our need of manufacturing processes, what they should do, what they should not do. That is more vital to know for them. And then we have a interactive sessions with them regularly, and we ensure that every operative of our plant should go for 15 days of classroom training in a year. That we on a rotation basis we try to ensure that we give him every time new inputs, that is what is happening in the industry, what is that going to come in future. They should be mentally ready for to accept the changes. So that is the key here. And yes, it is though challenging, but it is to be done, and we are for it. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we got some very interesting perspective. Veera, would you also like to add something to this perspective, what our panelists have mentioned?
Well, these are all great points, and I fully agree with them. And I think I don't have anything extra to offer other than the gentlemen have already spoken before.
Right. But however, let me come to one question to you, Veera. The whole discussion, we've talked about smart products, we've talked about digital transformation, we've talked about data, importance of data. Now, technology companies like Autodesk, how can you help in this journey of digital transformation?
It's a great question, and that is what we've been doing for several years now. But I'll start. Let me start by saying this. Okay, even before starting on the digital transformation journey, it is very important to have a digital strategy in place.
Right.
Okay, when I say digital strategy, you cannot just embark on a transformation journey. Okay, so digital strategies normally arise out of three questions like where are we today, where do we want to be, where do we want to go, and what could stop us from getting there, right? So these are the questions executives ask all the time, okay? And they build a digital strategy around that. So companies like Autodesk, we are working with an entire system of manufacturing partners to help them on the journey of digital transformation. And we start right in the beginning with the digital strategy. So if companies have a digital strategy, what we are doing today is to help them reimagine their digital manufacturing strategy. So what you conceived few years back may not be relevant in the current time. So we need to be reimagining the digital strategy. And people who are starting in that are yet to join, we help them build a digital strategy. Okay? So that is where we have to start. Okay? We are a technology company. At the end of the day, we sell software and services, right? Okay. So, but it's very important that we help them reimagine their digital manufacturing strategy, help them up-level their skills, help them deliver the innovation and productivity that is going to propel their business into the future. Having said that, there are several ways companies like Autodesk can today help the manufacturing companies prepare for this transition. Okay. So one is like automating the design to manufacturing process, right? So accelerating the design to make process. For example, technologies like generative design, which is a form of an artificial intelligence, leverages the power of cloud to create better outcomes for products. Okay, what it does, it utilizes algorithms and machine learning to quickly explore multiple product designs that have been optimized and validated for functional performance, manufacturability, and production cost. Okay, now again, these are all working on the cloud. Okay? So, as I said, coming back to Mukesh's point that, and your point, Mr. Nath, artificial intelligence is not going to replace people. These are all just computer programs, right? We need a human mind to run this. But there are technologies today that we can offer to customers, okay, wherein you can think of why can't the manufacturing process drive the design? Why should it always be the traditional way of designing something and then trying to figure out how to manufacture it? Okay, why can't I specify I'm going to use a die casting or additive manufacturing or a conventional CNC machine process and then give the functional input to my design? Why can't the software design something for me based on the criteria? So this is what we can do for customers. And not only that, the next thing that companies like us can do is to automate the manufacturing process with simulation, right? So you simulate the manufacturing process even before you switch on your CNC machine or any other automatic machine that is cutting metal and shaping the product for you. Okay. So today there are digital tools available which can simulate the machine manufacturing process itself, including the job and the machine. So you can take informed decisions, right? And you can identify bottlenecks and areas that could result in loss of time and money. Okay? And of course, setting up a common data environment, which is critical to digital transformation today, is what we do. And we do it in, on the cloud today, which makes more practical sense for customers because it cuts down on the infrastructure side of it, which is a very huge cost. And lastly, what I would want to say is technology companies like Autodesk today, our main vision is to democratize technology, right? So we don't want only the Fowler Westrooks and the Atlas Copcos, Baker Tires and MG Hectors to afford this. Okay, we want to make this technology affordable because in the digital transformation journey, you would like to take your partners and supply chains along, right? So it has to be affordable, and that is a key. That is something that differentiates two different technology companies.
I think very well summed up, and good solutions also good. And maybe I'll just add to what you said, Veera, at VDMA. Our tagline or our motto is humans, machines, progress. So we believe humans make the machines, and machines and humans together can lead to the progress of the industry, progress of the society, and progress of the country.
Absolutely.
It fits very well into what you've said, Veera.
I'm of the personal opinion that AI is good, but it has to be regulated. So it should not come at the expense of a human being, right? Okay, because so I would like to close with that.
I think it's a matter of jobs shifting.
Yes.
Instead of you were doing earlier one type of a job, you may end up in doing another type of a job. There was no real loss of job with Revolution 1 or 2 or 3. Okay, it only got upgraded or shifted. So the competence required will differ going forward. Change is a continuous change.
Yes, change is the only constant, sir. Agreed.
Right. And in fact, Shadul, just to add to what you mentioned, there are some studies which say in the coming 5 to 7 years, 30% of the jobs will be totally new that don't even exist today. These jobs, and that will be how the development will be. Perhaps we'll just end as the last part of our panel discussion. I have this rapid fire round. So the rule here is very brief, short, crisp answers. So let me start with you, Shadul. In the pandemic, what should have been the important consideration? Life or livelihood?
If you have a life, then only you need a livelihood. So always a life.
Okay. Thank you, Shadul. So we're coming to you. India, the third largest car market within 2025. Opportunity or fantasy? Samir, you are muted. You're muted. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. So what I'm saying, definitely the fantasies will bring more opportunity. So more and more we fantasize how our cars are going to be, the more and more in the niche areas we are going to create the opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you. Shantanu, coming to you. Skill development, is it a prerogative of the government or of the industry?
Definitely it is for the industry. Like we know what is going to come, the technology, and how we want to move into that path. So it is our prerogative. Yes. But definitely government support is required, but we should be pioneering.
Fair enough. Mukesh, due to the impact of pandemic, what should the companies do? Invest in R&D or conserve cash?
Yeah, R&D will definitely generate future cash. So invest in R&D.
Perfect. Very good. And we are coming to the last one, last and best for you. What should be the priority for the companies, technology or the people?
People, of course. When you have people with you, then technology comes automatically. People is, if you don't have people, then technology is of no use.
Right. So thank you very much, all the panelists. I think thank you, Veera, thank you, Shardul, Mukesh, Shantanu, and Samir. I think it was a nice open panel discussion what we had, and thank you for the frankness and the insights that you have given on this topic.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. It was
I think we have the poll questions coming up, so now I would hand it over to Amrita for the poll.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
Mr. Rajasnath.
Before we wrap up this panel discussion, we have been receiving interesting questions from our delegates. So just a reminder, we will be having a poll question projecting on our screens at 4:45. So we will utilize the time before that to answer a couple of questions. So the first question that we have received is, smart manufacturing also uses technologies like cloud. How ready is India's current manufacturing mindset to shifting their data and operations to cloud?
Right. Who would like to, Veera, would you like to take that up?
Yeah, so I can take that up. As I told, so cloud has always been a big point of discussion, okay, when it comes to security and so many other things. Okay, so I used to tell to customers, like, if you trust your online banking account, then you should trust because there are security protocols. But it's a good question. But after COVID hit us, the mindset has changed today. Okay, the mindset has changed today, and people are more than willing to explore the benefits of cloud. Okay, whether it's cloud as a platform for design and manufacturing or a common data environment. So I would say we are in a much better position today, and we see a lot of customers talking about moving their operations to cloud. Okay, but having said that, it cannot be done overnight. It takes a while to take the necessary baby steps to move towards it.
Okay, thank you. We have another question, and the question is, will adopting to common data environment disrupt existing infrastructure?
Can you just repeat, Amrita? I could not.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the question is, will adopting to a common data environment disrupt existing infrastructure?
Okay, good. Who would like to take it up? Any of you? Maybe Mukesh, since you said you have to leave.
Yes.
Quickly give the question so you could take on this question. Yes.
Yeah. So adapting any data environment requires the right strategy, and once the strategy is defined, then only it is possible to define whether it is disruptive or not. So if you have existing data available in a structure and you want to create a new database, ensure that there is no overlap of the data. Otherwise, you will not have single source of truth. And when we are talking about data, it is important to have single source of truth and not having repetitiveness. So that's where the principle have to be adopted.
Just to quickly add to that, it definitely will not disrupt the existing stuff. Even if it disrupts the benefits of having a CDE or a common data environment. Okay? Because if you remember right in the beginning, I said when the COVID has exposed departmental silos, right? Now, having islands of excellence within an organization is more costly than the disruption, than the cost related to disruption that a common data environment may bring. Okay, so in all, a common data environment is required for you to have seamless connectivity, not within the organization, but even outside the firewall of it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have a few more questions. The next one is digital twin a concept that only targets engineering application with existing technologies?
Right.
Well, I can take this.
Yes.
So digital twin is just, or in other words, a digital mock-up is today, it has various applications. One, on building smarter products like what Mr. Shiv Sagar said. Okay. Now, smarter products are the one that talks back to you, right? So digital twin is required for you to, where you can have sensor data go into that component or the equipment that you are, it's there out in the field, which relays back information, which could be used for either preventive maintenance or offering value-added services on top of your products. That is on the product side. Now, digital twin is also heavily utilized in the infrastructure side of it. Okay, when you talk of creating smart factories, okay, smart buildings. Okay, now digital twins, like if you want to, let's say you want to build a smart factory and you want to ensure there are no hot and cold areas in the factory, right? So how do you manage temperature today? So digital twin has very varied applications today, and it's just not limited to on the product engineering side of it.
We have two more questions. So the next one is Indian industry manufacturing domain compliant to any regulation to adopt digital transformation, like certification process to demonstrate the compliance?
So basically, we comply to all the government regulations, including the digital frequencies, what is monitored by Wireless Planning Commission from the Department of Telecommunication. So any device, any electronic immobilizer or anything, or the T-box or any of the internet related thing which goes in the vehicle is has to be approved by the Wireless Planning Commission, and we comply to regulations. Also, in addition to that, any of the digital in the manufacturing or in the supply chain area or any of those areas, the government defines those regulations, and industry has to comply to those things. In addition to our regular compliance of regulations, what we are doing. So definitely this digital thing, government is also now getting more and more aware of controlling, and industry has to comply to that.
So one last question is, newer technology adoption comes with cost as it has to go through trial and errors. How difficult is it to get the budgets allocated to such drives internally?
I think it's a very, very pertinent question and a very good question, because it's very easy to say, let us digitize and, let us take a next jump, etc. However, it's very important to know the return on investment. It is very important to know what actual value you are adding to your customer, which will fetch you a business. Okay, I think ultimately it revolves around customer. Okay, because the digital environment, anything which you get into, is a continuous upgradation process. The disruption in technologies in digital world is very fast. The life cycles are very small. So you need to have a dry powder in the organization available so that you are able to do the continuous investment. First, you have to do some major investment, and then incremental investment is very, very important so that you keep up to the latest technology which is available in that space. And also with increasing data and increasing digitization, you need to invest on security also. Okay. So there is always a catch-22 situation. So I always advise the team that you have to be very pragmatic about it, that what is that you can gulp what you can chew, basically. Okay. So you have to be cognizant of the investment versus business plan and returns of that. Also, another thing which I observed from my experience is many a times organizations are very gung-ho about going digital. But the customer segment or the industry which you are serving, they may not be ready, they may not be prepared, or they may not be able to see the value in that. So if you are in such a segment, then you need to be careful that you need not build your business plan based on that, because always the investment is needed upfront. So you have to be really cognizant of the whole business cycle, and then accordingly you can take your decisions on investment. Thank you.
I just want to add to Mr. Sadhul what he said. Yes, if we know that is what is that end result that we are going to get because of this new investment or the digitalization, definitely we can always convince our top management and get the budget approved. So it is that how you put it, like the perspective of doing it.
And just a little bit of thought. Investments are always done only if it helps advance the outcomes the company is driving, right? So you have, if it does not relate to that, then there's no point in investing. So every company has got a outcome that they're driving. Every department is driving an outcome, which is again related to a customer business initiative, right? So as Mr. Shivsagar rightly said, so you'll have to apply a lot of criteria before you take a decision on investment.
Thank you.
I think
so. Mr. Nath, with your permission, there is one last question which we have received, which I feel is very interesting from one of the delegates, which is we are hearing about how organizations can benefit by connecting products, machines, and processes. How real is this for small organizations?
Maybe I'll take that up. Certainly, I would say if we are looking at the SME sector or the MSME sector, there are a lot of challenges they face. But ultimately, I think it is as we heard also during the panel discussion, when we're talking about data, especially looking at some of the facets or some of the characteristics of Industry 4.0. So I always say Industry 4.0 is a journey. So you have to take step by step. So like if you are able to capture real-time data with remote monitoring, condition monitoring, you know if there is going to be a breakdown in the machine. So you can take some remedial steps which can help and prevent this breakdown of the machine. And this, in a way, would help the smaller companies much more than the larger companies, because the larger companies already have deep pockets, so they can withstand perhaps a breakdown. But for a smaller company, this would impact their economies quite rapidly. So I think this is adopting certain aspects. One could start with baby steps. That is what I would like.
Thank you, Mr. Nath. Let us have the poll questions. With that, we conclude the third panel discussion, which was indeed an insightful one. And we also conclude the fifth annual edition of Dell, Intel, and Microsoft Presents Smart Manufacturing Summit 2021. I would like to thank our partners, presenting partner, Dell Technologies, Intel, and Microsoft, engineering design partner, Autodesk, energy management partner, Schneider Electric, HAVC partner, Blue Star. This event is brought to you by Manufacturing Today. Manufacturing Today India is a leading magazine for professionals in the manufacturing sector. News and features in the magazine encompasses everything related to production, automation, machine tools, plant heads, supply chain, technology, among other things. If you wish to subscribe to our newsletters, please log on to www.manufacturingtodayindia.com. With this, I would like to now welcome our country head, Vibhor Srivastava.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. What a marathon day! What a incredible battery of speakers we witnessed today. I was moved to see so much of talent there we have in this country in manufacturing. Such a discerning crowd, such a participative audience, and I think we were absolutely floored. And I thought I also keep writing just for my understanding. And I was something that I have to share. One of the gentlemen in the last panel said there are 3 H very important. I completely echo and second to that, which is head, heart, and hand. And he so nicely explained why do you need all these 3 together. And I think not only in manufacturing, I would say even people in our business and media as well. So at ITP Media, we are absolutely privileged and delighted to have extremely, brands like Dell, Microsoft, Intel, Schneider, Autodesk, Blue Star, reposing confidence in us in these tough times to deliver this great conference to you. I'm sure everybody watching out there, delegates, a big thank you. I know you have turned in huge numbers, and I'm sure you would have found this session very, very useful to you. Ladies and gentlemen, nothing is possible unless and until you have a great team behind. My team behind, I just thought I should not miss anybody, and I'm taking their names in no order. So that I have to thank Amrita, you obviously met, she has been kindly hosting the show for us. Shivali, behind the scenes in digital, Mithali also in digital, Rohan Patel, the gentleman who's the conference producer, if I may really say so, he's the Sutradhar for this whole conference. Abhijeet, who's on the business development, Sujit, Amin is our editor for Manufacturing Today, young and talented, Sanjay Bhan, Amrita Mule, Siddhant Pillai, Harshad, Hafiz, Santosh. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the great team that has worked all through. And they're a little shy not to come on stage. So I thought I must give them a big, hand of thanks on behalf of everybody. And I think this conference has also given us so much of confidence and the warmth and the joy that I see when we see people turning in, coming and attending in 700 plus 800 numbers that we saw today. So I think we are absolutely confident to share, and you'll be delighted to know that we are bringing our manufacturing conference and awards, which is the 9th year in the row, in the month of September, where we recognize and celebrate manufacturing, where we have almost 15 categories. This is recognizing people and projects. So please, we will reach out to each one of you. Please come forward from nooks and corners and length and breadth of this country, because in good old COVID days, I have seen that people coming on from very far off places to support manufacturing today and be a part of that celebration, which is for you, for the industry. So ladies and gentlemen, here's wishing all of you to be safe, stay happy, and from all of us here at ITP Media and Manufacturing Today, a big thank you to you. Wishing you all a lovely weekend. God bless.